Chapter 44:14. After making the decision, Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately retracted his thoughts. At the same time, he adjusted the calculation ability of the devouring system in his body to the limit. Using his powerful divine sense as a mid-stage emperor, he began to calculate. Unknowingly, time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Regarding the 8th transformation of the devil ape, Yi Xian had already asked the devouring system in his body to calculate for a long time. He had already completed more than 30% of it. The last 70% of the calculations were finally completed after a month of exhaustion. After a month, a familiar system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The 8th transformation of the 9 devil ape has been calculated. Do you want to activate it now? Activate. Yi Xian's heart surged. Without any hesitation, he immediately opened his eyes and gave the system the order to activate. Rumble. In the next instant, a large amount of extremely complex runes and information surged into his mind. The amount was so huge that it made his hair stand on end. Even with Yi Xian's current third-order emperor cultivation base and powerful divine sense, he felt a little dizzy. He felt dizzy. The amount of obscure runes that surged into his mind was the complete profundity of the 8th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Although these profundities had been completely deduced by Yi Xian and the devouring system in his body, if he wanted to use them successfully, Yi Xian would need to comprehend them himself. This was expected. Mastery by the system and mastery by oneself were two completely different concepts. However, to Yi Xian, this was not a difficult task. With the foundation of the previous 7 transformations and the deduction of the profundities of the 8th transformation, he had already participated in it. Therefore, in just a day or so, the vast amount of information about the profound mysteries of the 8th transformation that surged into his mind had already been completely comprehended by him and completely integrated. However, once he entered the 8th transformation of the devil ape, his current size of 100 feet would instantly increase to 1,000,000,000 feet, which was 100 million times more than his original size. This was definitely not something the planet under his feet could withstand, even if it was already a gigantic planet. Swish! In the next instant, a faint sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Yi Xian's figure directly rushed out of the planet's atmosphere. When he appeared again, he was already in the cosmic void outside the planet in the blink of an eye. Then, without hesitation, he raised his head and roared, 9 devil ape, 8th transformation. Bang! As his voice fell, a huge explosion sounded. This time, the speed of his body's growth was much faster than before. The power in his body surged like a roaring river. His limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity, and a terrifying aura that was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end gushed out. His original height of 100 feet, but it was at an extremely fast speed. In less than 3 breaths of time, it had already reached a height of 1,000,000,000 feet, which was 3 million kilometers. This was definitely comparable to a real giant planet, or even more so. Of course, at the same time his body expanded, the cultivation aura emanating from Yi Xian's body also rose at the same speed. In 3 breaths of time, he'd gone from the 3rd level of the Immortal Emperor stage to the 3rd level of the Universe Sovereign stage. He had leaped an entire level. Activate the calculation ability immediately and fully deduce the 9th transformation of the devil ape. As his heart surged, Yi Xian took a deep breath. He was incomparably happy as he felt the boundless blood and qi in his body that caused his hair to stand on end. After a long time, when he gradually calmed down, he immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to continue the deduction. The 9th transformation of the devil ape was the last transformation of the 9 devil ape. Ever since Yi Xian had obtained this powerful bloodline ability, he had continued to grow and become an emperor. Finally, he was about to comprehend this bloodline ability to the extreme. Xiu! Shaking his head and dispelling the feelings in his heart, Yi Xian removed the 8th transformation of the devil ape with a thought. A weak sound of breaking through the air rang out once again. With a flash of his body, he returned from the dark void in the distance and returned to his previous closed-door cultivation. The giant planet. Young master, is that you? I'm Zhao Dong. I am Qian Nan. As soon as he entered the planet, Zhao Dong and Qian Nan's voices could be heard from outside the atmosphere. They were inquiring and cautious, and they seemed to be more respectful than before. At this time, it had already been a few months since the last time Yixian bestowed a large number of precious pills of various levels. After obtaining the level 24 Emperor's sealing pellet, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the others immediately went into closed-door cultivation. Now, the four of them had successfully broken through and become emperors. They were all level 1 emperors. However, Yixian had always been in closed-door cultivation, so they didn't dare disturb him. However, just a moment ago, they seemed to have sensed Yixian's aura and transformed into an extremely fast beam of light as they shot away. After arriving at a remote area in the distance, their bodies actually expanded explosively. In less than 3 breaths, he had already surpassed the size of a gigantic star, and the aura emanating from his body was terrifying enough to surpass the level of Emperor and reach the level of a 3rd-level Universe Knight. All of this was too sudden, giving Zhao Dong and the others a huge shock. Yixian had never used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape in front of them before. Therefore, they didn't dare to be sure that the terrifying existence whose body had instantly expanded to the size of a giant star was the young master they had just recognized. After all, that was level 3 Universe Knight level, which was an entire level higher than their young master. It was simply unimaginable, causing their hearts to jump out of their throats. However, just as they were extremely shocked and their hearts were pounding madly, that gigantic being shrunk in the blink of an eye, and his energy dropped back to level 3 Emperor level. He then transformed into a beam of light and shot back to the giant planet where their young master was in closed-door cultivation. This caused Zhao Dong and the others to be suspicious. After a moment of hesitation, they finally braced themselves, gritted their teeth, and rushed over. They tried to sound out to see if Yixian would respond. "It's me, don't be afraid." Just as Zhao Dong and the other 3 were feeling extremely nervous, Yixian's voice finally sounded from within the star. "Just now, I was only using a bloodline ability that I had just comprehended. It seems like the effect is not bad." Not bad? Level 3 Emperor level. In the blink of an eye, his power had increased by an entire level, reaching level 3 Universe Knight level. Such a terrifying bloodline ability was simply unheard of. However, from their young master's mouth, the evaluation was merely not bad. Chapter 44:15. Xiao. The moment he finished speaking, a faint sound broke through the air, and Yixian's body rushed out of the atmosphere of this giant star, appearing before Zhao Dong and the others. At this time, Huang Xiaolong's bloodline was still activated, and he was still in his violent star's ape form. Therefore, the aura exuding from his body was one small order higher than when he was in human form, reaching the 4th Order Emperor realm. This scene once again caused the expressions of Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other 2 to change. They sucked in a breath of cold air, and one after another, they softly exclaimed, "Leader, when we first met in Emperor Xian's starfield, you were only at the 1st level of Emperor level, but now, yes, how long has it been? You actually reached the 4th level of Emperor level in such a short time. From the initial stage to the middle stage, even for those below the Undying level, it's rare for them to improve so quickly, let alone the Emperor level. Besides, that bloodline ability is too shocking, isn't it? Using it, you actually have the power of a Universe Knight, and a 3rd level one. An entire level of improvement. This is simply unheard of, too shocking." Hearing these words, Yixian smiled faintly, but he didn't say anything. His gaze fell on the 4, sizing them up. After that, he smiled and nodded, saying, "Although this Star Master's improvement is a little fast, but haven't you all broken through to the Emperor level as well? With the blood godly medicine, it's only natural for your cultivation to improve so quickly. Work hard, quickly reach the 9th level of Emperor level, and by then, this Star Master will give you a level 25 Knight pill that can help you break through to the Universe Knight level. Even this is definitely not the end, as long as you have the opportunity, after the Knight level, the Universe Master level, is not impossible. Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the others looked at each other, their faces filled with excitement. Their chests rose and fell as their breathing quickened, and their eyes blazed. The four of them had entered the peak Ninth Order Emperor realm for quite some time now, but they were still stuck at the peak Ninth Order Emperor realm, unable to break through. In other words, the only wish and goal of Zhao Dong and his crew was to one day break through to the Martial Monarch realm and become a real Martial Monarch realm expert instead of a half-Martial Monarch realm cultivator. However, the further one progressed, the harder it was to break through the bottleneck. After so many years, the four of them had never been able to break through, and this made them disheartened. It was already so difficult to break through to the Emperor level, to the point that they didn't even dare to hope for more. But now, the wish of so many years had suddenly been realized with incomparable ease. The four of them hadn't even adjusted their states of mind when they heard Yi Xian say such words. It was as if they'd been enlightened, instantly causing Zhao Dong and the others to be enlightened. At this moment, their state of mind was elevated, and the haze that had accumulated in their hearts for so many years was cleared. At this moment, the four of them boldly looked forward to the future, thinking of the Universe Knight level, and even the more powerful Universe Master level, and Universe Supreme level. In the past, they would never have dared to believe that there would be a day when they would be so ambitious, daring to dream of such a level of strength. But now, after following Yi Xian and witnessing the birth of one miracle after another, the four of them no longer felt conflicted, and their Dao hearts were solid and firm. With a tacit understanding, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the others turned to exchange a look, cupped their fists together, and knelt down on one knee before Yi Xian. Although they didn't say anything at this moment, everything was in their hearts. "All right, all of you, get up." Seeing that the four of them had completely surrendered, and after being enlightened by his words, the flaws in their state of mind were completely fixed, and they had achieved a small elevation. The future path of cultivation would be much smoother. Yi Xian also felt comforted. He faintly smiled, then his expression turned solemn as he brought up the matter at hand. "Since the four of you have already broken through, there are now 4 Emperor-level experts and 15 Emperor-level existences in the forbidden area of Rising Sunday. This is the scale of a top-tier forbidden land of starry sky. Within the void space of 1 trillion miles, it is the only existence at the level of a giant, and there won't be any danger at all. As such, it's time for me to enter the Hong Meng Void again." Yi Xian had thought about this matter carefully. In fact, there was originally one more thing that Yi Xian wanted to deal with before he officially entered the Hong Meng Void for the second time. That was the group of subordinates of Green Ox and the forbidden land of Phoenix Blood. Now, the Hong Meng Void had reappeared, and even the Milky Way star domain where the mysterious mother planet was located had been found. Yi Xian had an extremely strong premonition that in the future, when the world changed dramatically and the Chaos World fully descended, the core of everything would be in the Hong Meng Void. In the Hong Meng Void, around the Milky Way star domain that had not been unsealed and was protected by a mysterious force of Hong Meng, the Phoenix Blood star domain and other places had long been reduced to peripheral areas, and there was no value or need to continue to stay there. Therefore, Green Ox and the group of subordinates of Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood would be brought over sooner or later to join Zhao Dong and the others in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. Even Zhao Dong and the others, when the time was right in the future, could no longer continue to stay in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun outside the Hong Meng Void. Instead, they would enter the Hong Meng Void. They would join the group of demon experts and Yi Xian's original subordinates who had stayed in the base camp of the Source Nest Star. The Source Nest Star was the true base camp of Yi Xian. It was the foundation for him to conquer the Chaos World in the future and fight for the good fortune of the Mother Planet. In fact, it wasn't just the Green Ox and the Forbidden Land of Phoenix Blood that were under his command. If it was a little further away, then Yi Xian even had the intention of bringing over the power of the 3 main planes of the Starry Sky realm. For example, the Sky River Star and the subordinates on the Victorious Return Star. Unfortunately, there was no time to deal with all this now. To him now, the more important thing was to make the level 25 pill. After all, the perfect formula of the level 25 pill had been successfully deduced. Yi Xian's own cultivation level had reached the 3rd stage of Emperor Undying. After a few more small breakthroughs, he would reach the 9th stage of Emperor Undying. At that time, if he did not make the level 25 pill, his cultivation level would be stuck before the level of Universe Knight, and he would not be able to make a breakthrough. That would be too regrettable. After all, once he reached the level of Universe Knight, Xian's cultivation level would be improved by another level under the 8th change of Demon Ape. He would have the terrifying battle power of a Universe Master. Chapter 44:16. After bidding farewell to Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, and the other three, Xian left alone and concealed himself. After a short while, he arrived outside the miniature black hole star whirlpool that led into the Hongmeng Void. This miniature black hole star whirlpool was not eye-catching in the central star sector of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. Its location was relatively remote, and its scale was very small. After entering, it was completely empty. There was nothing at all. There was not even a speck of cosmic dust in the void. It could be said that it was extremely safe. Although Xian had revealed to Zhao Dong and the other three that the entrance to the Hongmeng Void was somewhere in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land, he did not mention the existence of this black hole star whirlpool. The Hongmeng Void was of great importance, and there was no doubt about the loyalty of Zhao Dong and the others. However, out of caution, he decided not to reveal it for the time being. At this moment, after activating his spiritual energy to perfectly oscillate and concealing all the aura around him, Xian did not hesitate and immediately rushed into the black hole star whirlpool. Then he directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability. This time, the coordinate jump point he locked onto was the coordinate he had imprinted in the void near the Source Nest Base Camp star when he left. Today, Xian's system title of the Devouring system in his body had reached level 6, which was the Interstellar Controller. The Interstellar Controller could imprint 3 interstellar coordinate jump points in the same void of the universe plane. Before entering the Hongmeng Void, Xian had already imprinted an interstellar coordinate jump point in the Mulberry Tree star sector. After entering the Hongmeng Void, he imprinted a second interstellar coordinate jump point near the strongest Source Nest Base Camp star where his energy body was nurtured. After that, when he left the other Source Nest Base Camp star, Xian imprinted a third interstellar coordinate jump point in the nearby void. Originally, he thought that after these 3 interstellar coordinate jump points were used up, he would not be able to imprint any more interstellar coordinate jump points here. However, in truth, after leaving here and returning to the Rising Sun Forbidden Grounds, he had killed all 8 emperors and subdued all the other beasts. Xian arrived at the edge of the black hole star vortex that was located at the entrance to the primordial void. He tried to brand the interstellar coordinate jump point again, but he didn't expect that he would succeed after trying. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to return to the forbidden land of the rising sun in the blink of an eye. That accidental success of the imprint caused Xian to instantly come to a realization. It turned out that according to the system's judgment, the primordial void fragment where the forbidden land of rising sun, the forbidden land of phoenix blood, and the Shenhuang starfield were located was not on the same universe plane as the primordial void within the black hole star vortex. As for Xian's level 6 system title ability, he could imprint 3 interstellar coordinate jump points in any universe. In other words, Xian had only imprinted 2 interstellar coordinate jump points in the primordial void fragment and the primordial void fragment outside the black hole star vortex. There was still one indicator that had not been used up. To him, this was definitely a great piece of news. The primordial void fragment outside the black hole star vortex was not important at all. However, the primordial void fragment within the star vortex was of utmost importance. Xian planned to keep the remaining indicator of the interstellar coordinate jump point and wait for an opportunity in the future to see if he could break through the primordial void fragment outside the Milky Way star field. The protective force would allow him to enter the Milky Way star field in advance. After all, Xian was different from others. He had a strand of primordial void fragment. Although the Milky Way star field was not open yet, it was protected by an extremely powerful and invisible primordial void fragment. However, Xian might not have a chance if others couldn't enter. If he could enter, he would use up the last indicator in the Milky Way star field. In this way, Even in the years when the Milky Way star field had not been unsealed, he could still go back and forth quietly at will. This thought had already grown in Yi Xian's mind when he accidentally imprinted a set of interstellar coordinates outside the black hole star vortex of the rising sun forbidden area. From there, he realized that he actually had an indicator in each of these two places. This time, Yi Xian's main purpose of coming back was to get close to the edge of the Milky Way star field and find an opportunity to test whether this plan could be implemented. Of course, all of this was for later. Now that he had just returned, the first thing was to return to the Source Nest base camp and see if the situation in his backyard was stable before making any plans. Xiao! A faint sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Yi Xian's figure appeared instantly. He turned his head and looked around. The surrounding void was quite familiar. Not far away, it was the Source Nest base camp that looked like a giant abandoned planet on the surface. This void was very empty, and it was very far away from the Milky Way star field. Therefore, there were almost no forbidden area beasts and masters who passed by nearby. Yi Xian spread out his divine sense and soon saw the situation in the Source Nest base camp. Outside the star, there was no one, but on the surface of the star, there were some sporadic forbidden area beasts wandering. Obviously, they were the patrolling soldiers arranged by the flying centipede, old monster silver pole, and the 8 great Vajra. It seemed that everything was as usual, and there was no abnormality. With his heart suddenly relieved, Yi Xian's figure flickered, and after a while, he landed on the surface of the Source Nest star. After waving his hand to dismiss the patrolling fierce beasts that gathered after hearing the news, he immediately entered the interior of the star and went straight to the core of the star. As soon as he entered the core of the star, Yi Xian was shocked. This Source Nest star was extremely huge. Just the diameter of the core of the star was more than the size of an ordinary abandoned star. Before Yi Xian left, he threw the giant plug of Long Yi Hao here, so that the world worm in the giant plug of life could absorb the rich innate energy in the Source Nest star freely. At that time, if the entire space inside the core of the star was compared to a watermelon, then the giant plug of Long Yi Hao was equivalent to an apple stuffed into the watermelon. That was roughly the ratio. But now, the apple that was put into the watermelon had grown up, and it was not just an ordinary size. It was clearly a small watermelon, only a few circles smaller than the entire space inside the core. At this rate, the entire core of the star would be filled with the giant plug of Long Yi Hao, and it was very likely that it would continue to expand. In the end, this Source Nest star might no longer exist, and it would be completely blown up by the giant plug of Long Yi Hao. Heavens, this is a top-level giant star. If the giant plug of Long Yi Hao can grow to this extent, looking at the giant plug of Long Yi Hao in front of him in a daze, Yi Xian was dumbfounded for a long time. Chapter 44:17. Boss, you're back. Fourth Order Monarch? That's too fast, isn't it? If he were to transform into a giant ape of stars, wouldn't he be able to break through the Emperor realm and become a universe knight? Seeing Yi Xian's arrival, the flying centipede, old monster Yingji, and the 8 great guardian deities immediately rushed over. When they sensed the cultivation aura emanating from Yi Xian's body, the expressions of all 10 of them changed as they cried out in shock. Then, they calmed down and explained to Yi Xian about the wild dragon ship. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood that after he left, the life fortress of the Long Yi Hao continued to grow. It grew bigger and bigger, and in the end, it occupied almost half of the space within the star core. Originally, Yi Xian had left this star core for the flying centipede, old monster Silver Ji, the 8 great Vajra, and the tens of thousands of ferocious beasts that had been released from the cauldron. Now that the wild dragon ship occupied half of the space, it became extremely cramped. The tens of millions of beasts also needed space to live. Left with no choice, flying centipede, old monster Silver Ji, and the others could only look for Gui Hai Dao and the other great beings of the demon race who had been cultivating in seclusion in the wild dragon ship. They wanted them to open up a layer of space in the wild dragon ship for them and the tens of millions of beasts to enter. During this time, however, even Gui Hai Dao and the other great beings of the demon race were helpless. They only had access to the layer where the great beings of the demon race were cultivating in seclusion. Yi Xian had completely sealed off the other hundreds of layers of space in the wild dragon ship. Other than him, no one else could open it. He had the access. Just as everyone was at a loss of what to do, the wild dragon ship seemed to have completed a stage of evolution in just a few days. It actually expanded by a large circle. This time, it actually opened up one of the 108 layers of space in the wild dragon ship. It was a vast world with mountains and rivers. The spiritual energy was abundant, and it was enough for the tens of millions of beasts to live in. Thus, the biggest problem was solved. Since then, the many passages in the inner space of this level had always been open, allowing the flying centipede, old monster silver constellation, the 8 great guardian deities, and more than 10 million ferocious beasts to and fro in and out of the forbidden grounds. It seems that it is really going to replace this source hive star and grow into a supergiant. After understanding the situation, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Since the Long Yi Hao's life fortress could automatically open up a layer of authority, it meant that as the fortress evolved and grew, the intelligence of the world bugs would also become higher and higher. Yi Xian was not worried about this at all. He had already refined the core crystal of the world worm. It was impossible for it to betray him. The higher its intelligence, the better news it would be for Yi Xian. Because in this way, when it replaced this source hive planet and grew into a super behemoth, becoming the headquarters nest of Yi Xian's subordinates, even if Yi Xian was not here, the world worm spawn race would also encounter special situations. They would make appropriate adjustments. It could be said that their flexibility had increased greatly, so Yi Xian was naturally more at ease. After exchanging pleasantries, he learned that Ge Hai Dao and all the other demon cultivator experts were still in seclusion in the Long Yi Hao's life fortress. During this period of time, whether it was the flying centipede old monster silver constellation, the 8 great guardian deities, or more than 1,000 stationed here, tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, everyone's cultivation base and strength had increased by a large margin. Not bad, but this level of strength is far from enough. It's not enough to accompany this Star Lord in conquering the 4 directions in this primordial void. After nodding in approval, Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. He immediately said, "This time, this Star Lord only came back to take a look. I don't have time to stay. I'll leave immediately. I'll send you a batch of cultivation resources while I'm at it." After saying that, he waved his hand, whoosh, whoosh whoosh whoosh. A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. This time, Yi Xian took out a small portion of the vast amount of cultivation resources he had harvested outside and stored them in small spatial boxes with huge capacities. At this moment, he sent them out to the flying centipede, old monster silver constellation, and the 8 great guardian deities. In the hands of the Vajra. This included the first batch of 8-colored divine medicines he refined this time, as well as a small number of peak 8-colored divine medicines of flesh and blood. Yi Xian also left behind some treasures of various levels that could be used to break through the bottleneck of a large realm. In short, it was enough for the subordinates in the base camp to use in a short period of time. After doing all this, Yi Xian gave some instructions to the flying centipede, old monster silver constellation, and the 8 great guardian deities before leaving. This time, he did not rush out of the Source Nest Star Core. Instead, he directly activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability inside the Source Nest Star Core. This time, the destination of the jump was also in the primordial void, but it was even further away. It was located in a remote void that was empty. Shio! A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and Yi Xian's figure appeared in the void. He turned around and saw the strongest Source Nest star at the end of his line of sight in the distance. Yi Xian's strongest body, which was also his strength body, was being nurtured within the core of this Source Nest star. As this Source Nest star already had an owner, it had activated a certain process. Therefore, when Yi Xian's strength body sprouted and began to be nurtured within the core of the Source Nest star, this huge Source Nest star had already been protected by an invisible force of the primordial law. It had been faintly protecting it. It was just like the Milky Way star field that had yet to open. Now that it was far away, it did not seem to have any abnormalities. However, if someone were to approach it, even if it was Yi Xian's original body, within a distance of 1,000 miles, a layer of halo would immediately appear on the surface of the star. It seemed very weak, but in fact, Yixian's current state was so strong that even a universe master or even a universe supreme might not be able to blast it open. From this point of view, this source hive star was actually very safe. However, after all, it was nurturing Yixian's strength body, which was known as his strongest body. In the future, when the great wilderness world fully descended and a new era began, this body would be of great significance to Yixian. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was his strongest trump card. As such, he was a little nervous about this matter. At this moment, before entering the supreme forbidden lands around the Milky Way star field, he had specially rushed over to check on the situation. It was understandable. And now, after checking and confirming that everything was fine on the source nest star, Yixian's heart was finally completely relieved. Chapter 44:18. Xiu. A faint sound broke through the air, and a beam of light shot out from the end of the void space. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the border of Voracious Wolf Forbidden Zone. When they arrived here, the strands of light that shot over abruptly stopped, and a figure stood in midair. Shockingly, it was a starry sky ferocious ape that was 300 m tall. This space-raging ape was Yixian, who had left the origin nest star where his most powerful body had been nurtured and rushed to the Milky Way star sector. Currently, his cultivation base had reached the 3rd level of the Immortal Emperor realm. If he activated the demon ape bloodline in his body and transformed into an ancient demon ape or a space-raging ape, his strength would increase by 1 level, reaching the 4th level of Emperor level. Now, not only had he activated the demon ape bloodline in his body, but he had also performed the 9 changes of demon ape bloodline technique. However, he had only performed the first change of demon ape. Under the first change, his height of 300 meters would increase by 10 times, reaching a height of 300 meters, and his strength would increase by 1 level, reaching the 5th level of Emperor level. Yixian was now in this state and strength. After standing still, the eyes of the space-raging ape flashed, and he looked toward the Milky Way star sector at the end of his sight. He was fascinated. This place was still very far from the border of the Milky Way star sector, but because the entire Hongmeng void space was pitch black, there were very few stars in the sky. Usually, one could only see one abandoned star after 1 or 2 months of traveling in the void space. Because of this pitch-black environment, the Milky Way star sector, which had a large number of stars emitting light and heat, was very eye-catching here. Even if it was very far away, it could still be seen. From where Yixian was now, the vast Milky Way star sector was only a flat silver plate that was not much bigger than a star. There were a lot of stars in it, and it gave people a dreamy feeling when they gazed at it. Currently, the entire vast Milky Way star field was firmly protected by an invisible force of the primordial law. No one could enter. Otherwise, the moment they approached the border area, a disaster would befall them. Even universe knights and universe masters could be affected. However, over the countless years, a large number of top-tier great beings from different universes and fragments of the starry sky had gathered around the border of the Milky Way star sector. Gradually, many forbidden lands and star sectors were formed here, and there were also a large number of small powers and independent cultivators. All of this surrounded the entire Milky Way star sector. Everyone was waiting for the day the Milky Way star sector opened. Then they would rush in, seize the resources, occupy the mysterious mother planet, and seize the supreme luck of the upcoming era. This day should be coming soon. Really don't have much time left. Yixian stared blankly at the distant Milky Way star region for a few minutes before slowly coming back to his senses. His heart was filled with emotion as he couldn't help but mutter softly with a sigh. He. The main purpose of his re-entry into the Hongmeng Void was to enter the forbidden lands around the Milky Way star sector and secretly kill the Emperor-level space beasts. The Voracious Wolf Forbidden Land ahead was his first target. Yixian already had a rough understanding of the situation in the Greed Wolf Forbidden Area. The Voracious Wolf Forbidden Land was an elementary forbidden land. In other words, the most powerful being guarding this forbidden land was only a universe knight, not a universe master. A forbidden land with a universe master guarding it would be an intermediate forbidden land. However, there was more than one universe knight guarding the voracious wolf forbidden land. There were 2 universe knights in total. One was an initial universe knight level Rift Demon Tiger, and the other was an intermediate universe knight level Subblood Greedy Wolf. That's right. Although the voracious wolf forbidden land was named after the greedy wolf, in fact, the most powerful being in this elementary forbidden land was only a Subblood Greedy Wolf. The legendary Greedy Wolf was a supreme ferocious beast from the prehistoric era. It was at least as powerful as the 7 gorgeous cultivators in the prehistoric era. This Subblood Greedy Wolf was most likely a descendant of the Greedy Wolf. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to reach its current level of cultivation and become an intermediate universe knight. Other than these 2 supreme ferocious beasts at the universe knight level, there were countless other ferocious beasts of different levels in the voracious wolf forbidden land. Xian didn't bother to pay attention to the emperor-level space beasts at the moment. If he encountered one, he'd just kill it if the situation permitted. He'd get an emperor-level blood essence to store. He'd have enough in the future to make 20 more. Level 4 emperor-level treasure pills were for his subordinates to consume. However, it was impossible for him to deliberately kill a ferocious beast emperor. Hence, Xian didn't pay much attention to the emperor-level beings in the voracious wolf star area. Below the universe knight level and above the emperor level, there were only emperor-level undyings. This was also the reason why Xian returned to the primordial void. Within the voracious wolf forbidden land, there were a total of 10 emperor-level ferocious beasts. This number made Xian drool. If he could kill all 10 emperor-level ferocious beasts, he'd be able to get 10 emperor-level blood essences immediately. That way, the moment he started to make the level 25 knight-level treasure pills, the chances of producing 4 would be as high as 60%. However, this was obviously impossible. If he did, Xian would definitely be exposed. The only result would be that the 2 universe knights in the voracious wolf forbidden land, namely the Rift Demon Tiger and the Subblood Greedy Wolf, were all attracted here. The current Xian, when using the 8th transformation of the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, instantly possessed the terrifying battle prowess of a 3rd-level universe sovereign. If he added on the enormous demon ape body that was larger than a huge star, he wouldn't even fear a 4th-level universe knight. He'd be able to fight them head-on and guarantee that he wouldn't lose. However, if it was 1 against 2, that wouldn't be good. If he wanted to escape, he'd most likely have to pay a huge price. Hence, the idea of killing multiple emperor-level undyings in the voracious wolf forbidden land was simply unrealistic. Xian's current goal was to kill 2 emperor-level undyings. He'd try to kill the first one without anyone noticing. Then he'd seize the time to lock onto the second one and kill it with lightning speed. The moment he succeeded, he'd immediately activate his interstellar coordinate jump ability and flee. If that's the case, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Chapter 44:19. Show. A weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out as Xian's figure shot through the air. In the blink of an eye, he'd already charged into the Greed Wolf forbidden area. At this moment, he was a space berserk ape. His cultivation base was at the 5th stage of the Emperor realm. Before entering this place, Xian had already activated his mental force secret technique to perfectly vibrate, concealing his entire body. All of his aura was restrained to the point where it didn't leak out the slightest bit. Previously, when his cultivation was still weak, he could use a perfect mental energy secret technique to avoid opponents that were several realms stronger than him. Although this kind of hair-raising effect was gradually weakened as Xian's cultivation grew higher and higher. Now, it was impossible to avoid the detection of opponents who were a few levels stronger than him, as they would sense a faint trace of his aura. However, he could still detect those who were a few levels stronger than him. In other words, with his current power as a level 5 emperor, he could easily hide from the detection of a level 5 universe knight with his perfect vibration spirit technique. There were 2 universe knights in Greedy Wolf Forbidden Zone, but one of them was only a level 5 universe knight. Even the Subblood Greedy Wolf was only a level 5 universe knight. It could be said that in the entire Greedy Wolf Forbidden area, The only existence that could detect Yi Xian's aura was the inferior blood-greedy wolf. And as he was only a level 5 universe knight, it would be difficult to detect Yi Xian even if he spread his godly consciousness over a large area, unless he focused on a small area. But as a universe knight, how could he have such a bad taste in his daily life? He was more likely bored. Hence, Yi Xian was fearless. After he entered Greedy Wolf Forbidden Zone, he rushed to the right side of the Forbidden Zone. He didn't even try to hide his speed, because no matter how fast he was, he wouldn't be able to cause even the slightest ripple in space. Everything was suppressed by perfect vibration. His target this time was a 6-tailed lewd fox, who was a level 2 Emperor Undying. As one of the 10 emperors in Greedy Wolf Forbidden Zone, she wasn't supposed to stay at the edge of the Forbidden Zone. The reason for this was because this 6-tailed lewd fox would mate with some ferocious beasts in the Forbidden Grounds every so often. Moreover, when she did that, her body would be suffused with an extremely dense scent of foxy sex, and it wouldn't disperse for a long time and enveloped a large expanse of the starry sky. Hence, if she stayed at the center of Greedy Wolf Forbidden Zone, the space-rending demon tiger and subblood greedy wolf would be disturbed. Therefore, this 6-tailed lewd fox tactfully found a void at the right edge of the forbidden area of Greedy Wolf and lay dormant there. In fact, because of this bad habit of hers, she didn't have many subordinates following her. Except for some of the ferocious beasts that she had captured and kept as her companions, in the hundreds of ferocious beasts in the universe where this 6-tailed perverted fox resided, almost all of them were perverted foxes of the same species as her. It was simply a nest of foxes. Yi Xian didn't like the 6-tailed lewd fox. If he didn't need the Emperor blood essence right now, he wouldn't even come close to this space. Because even if he used the back of his head to think, he could predict that as soon as he entered this area, there would definitely be a dense foxy smell in the air, and it was extremely annoying. Fortunately, he was now under the protection of the perfect vibration of his spirit power secret technique, so his internal aura couldn't spread out, and the external aura couldn't penetrate, which saved his nose a lot of trouble. Xiao, with his extreme speed, Yi Xian entered the remote area where the 6-tailed lewd fox lived in just half a day later. There weren't many stars in the space, only a little more than 100. The one in the center was obviously bigger, and if he wasn't mistaken, it should be the lair of the 6-tailed lewd fox. Yi Xian subconsciously frowned, because the hundreds of stars in front of him all had atmospheres. But this was obviously not an ordinary atmosphere, all of them were faintly yellow. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be formed by the accumulation of the foxy fumes from the bodies of the lewd foxes. This is really more than 100 interstellar lair. Looking at this scene, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness. Without hesitation, he suddenly increased his speed, and with a whoosh, he rushed into the giant star in the center in the blink of an eye. When he passed through this yellow atmosphere, Yi Xian's hair stood on end, not because he was afraid, but because he was disgusted. Fortunately, he had the perfect vibration of his spirit power secret technique to isolate all the aura outside, otherwise he really didn't know if he could hold on. Go down. It was very likely that he would faint in this disgusting yellow atmosphere. Fortunately, after passing through the yellow atmosphere and entering the interior of the star, the environment he saw was not like this place where yellow foxy fumes were everywhere. The scenery in the star was quite beautiful, but Yi Xian wasn't in the mood to appreciate it. He quietly spread out his spirit sense, and in the blink of an eye, in a valley surrounded by giant peaks on the right, he saw a pink demon fox about 100 feet in size. Behind its body were 6 pink furry tails, and the cultivation aura emitted from its body was that of a second-order immortal emperor. Obviously, this was the main character, Yi Xian's target this time. What made him extremely speechless was that at this moment, this 6-tailed lewd fox was actually having sex. In addition to her, there were more than 100 other fierce beasts in the valley. They had all kinds of bloodlines and their bodies were very strong, but their cultivation strength was all the same. Ordinary immortal realm warriors were trembling at this moment, guarding the edge of the valley, surrounding the 6-tailed lewd fox in the center. One of the star beasts was being pressed down by the 6-tailed lewd fox and was already on the verge of death. When ordinary immortal realm beasts were having sex with Thear-cranked beasts, the result was obvious. When it ended, they would basically be sucked dry. This might be a way for the six-tailed lewd fox to increase its cultivation. However, this bloodline talent was indeed a little too disgusting. Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly, and he didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately rushed over and didn't say anything. When he was above the valley, he directly punched down. Bang! Rumble. With one punch, the six-tailed lewd fox in the valley below didn't even have a chance to react. The body that was pressing down on that pitiful fierce beast exploded in an instant, turning into a pink blood mist that spread out. Chapter 44:20. Half an hour later, Yi Xian had already left the greedy wolf star region. At this time, the pink blood at the bottom of the volcano in Shenong Dingyang region had also finished condensing. His body stopped abruptly in the void space, but he did not remove the perfect vibration of the spirit energy technique. Xiao! With a flip of his hand, a slight sound of breaking through the void was heard. In the palm of Yi Xian's right hand, a pink pearl the size of a pigeon egg appeared. It was the blood essence of the six-tailed lewd fox that was condensed from the blood of the six-tailed fox. This was the first blood essence that Yi Xian had obtained. It was very significant. However, at this time, looking at the pink pearl in his palm, Yi Xian did not feel happy. He even felt a little depressed. This blood pearl was pink and not crimson like blood. This was obviously related to the six-tailed fox. Previously, when she had exploded with one punch, the blood mist that had spread out was pink. Who would have thought that after condensing the blood essence that he obtained would still have characteristics related to the six-tailed fox? This situation had never happened before. Maybe it was because the strength of an emperor had already reached a certain level. It was far from what an emperor could compare to. However, this was also what Yi Xian was worried about. Although he was sure that this wouldn't affect the refinement of the level 25 venerable pellet, as long as he gathered 5 emperor blood essences and started refining the pellet, Yi Xian was 100% confident that he would be able to refine a level 25 venerable pellet. However, being able to create a level 25 night treasure was one thing. As for the effects of the night treasure, other than allowing an Emperor level 9 complete being to break through to Universe Supreme, would there be any other side effects? This was hard to say. After all, the blood essence of an Emperor was different from the blood essences condensed before. Even the blood essence of an Emperor was crimson-like blood. Only this blood essence of an Emperor-level ferocious beast still had some characteristics of a ferocious beast. Forget it, I'll deduce this matter again later. There should be a result. At most, I'll create one to test the effect first. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xian muttered to himself. He decided not to consider this matter for the time being. After all, he only had one Emperor blood essence in his possession right now. He was still far from gathering the 5 minimum required to refine a level 25 venerable pellet. No matter what, he had to at least get 4 more blood essences of an Emperor first. Thinking of this, he immediately threw this matter to the back of his mind. His eyes flashed, and he turned to look at the voracious wolf forbidden area behind him. Judging from the fact that the 6-tailed lewd fox was shunned in the forbidden land of the greedy wolf, even if she has died, this matter should not have spread so quickly. After all, the 100 or so fierce beasts in that valley are only at the immortal realm and are not qualified to receive it. Touching the higher echelons of the forbidden lands, if that's the case, there's no need to hesitate for the second target. I have to act immediately. After this, I'll leave immediately, head to another forbidden area and continue to hunt in secret. After he finished speaking, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. His body swayed and instantly transformed into a ray of light. He circled around the right side of the voracious wolf forbidden area and shot towards the center of the left side. Xiao! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out as Yi Xian entered from the edge of the forbidden area that was close to the center. He walked straight ahead at an extremely fast speed. Other than the 6-tailed fox from before, there were 9 other emperors in the forbidden area. These 9 emperors were gathered in 2 large areas. One was slightly left of the center of the forbidden area, the other was slightly right of the center. In the right region, there were 5 emperors. Their hibernating nests formed a ring, surrounding the strongest being of Greedy Wolf Forbidden Land, which was the 5th level Universe Knight Sub-Blood Greedy Wolf, in the middle. Yi Xian gave up on this area, naturally because of the Sub-Blood Greedy Wolf. He chose the central area slightly left of the Forbidden Area. In the center of this area was the other Knight of the Forbidden Area, the Space Rip Demon Tiger. However, even though this Space Rip Demon Tiger was also a Knight, he was only level 2. Even if Yi Xian was stopped by him, he wouldn't be afraid. In this central area, the Space Rip Demon Tiger's star lairs were located at the center. The other 4 emperors of the Greedy Wolf Starfield had their star lairs in an irregular shape, surrounding it. The 4 stars just happened to be the 4 corners of this irregular quadrilateral. These 4 corners were closest to the Space Rip Demon Tiger's star lairs. The furthest one was close to 10 billion miles away. Without a doubt, Yi Xian's choice was the furthest, close to 10 billion miles away from the Emperor Star. The reason for this was to ensure that nothing would go wrong. After all, the Space Rip Demon Tiger was a Knight. The further he chose his target, the safer it would be. In truth, the furthest one from the Space Rip Demon Tiger's star lairs, close to 10 billion miles away, wasn't the weakest of the 4 emperors in the central area. Instead, he was the strongest. He was already level 7 emperor. This caused Yi Xian to be somewhat speechless. He almost decided to give up on this target and instead chose another target that was closer to the sky-splitting demon void, but whose cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Immortal Emperor stage. However, he eventually gave up on this idea and decided to go for this level 7 Emperor level 100 demon bug. After all, even if the other party had the strength of a 7th order Immortal Emperor, as long as Yi Xian used the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape a few more times, it wouldn't be a problem for him to instantly kill the other party. And if he chose a weaker being, the moment he made a move, his aura would be exposed and he would be sensed by the Space Rip Demon Tiger in the central area. As a result, the distance between them became extremely important to whether Yi Xian would be able to easily escape. After weighing the pros and cons, he felt that it was better to stay further away from the Space Rip Demon Tiger. Xiao! With this thought in mind, Yi Xian maintained a perfect mental force secret technique, restrained all of the energy in his body, and silently moved through the air at an extremely fast speed. In a short 3 days, he was already close to the nest of the 100-legged demon worm. The star lairs were only 100 million miles away. From this moment on, he slowed down a little. At the same time, he carefully spread out his divine sense and probed towards the 100-legged demon worm's nest star in front of him. In just a few short breaths of time, Yi Xian's divine sense entered this enormous star with a light blue atmosphere. He quickly captured a powerful Emperor Realm aura. Chapter 44:21. The centipede was at the 7th level of Emperor level, so Yi Xian would have to be at least at the 8th level of Emperor level if he wanted to kill it instantly. And just to be safe, it would be best for him to be at the 9th level of Emperor level. In order to reach the peak of the 9th rank, he needed to use the 5th transformation of the 9 transformation demonic ape bloodline ability. Hence, in the 5th transformation, his power would be at the half-knight level, and his body would be at the 1,000-foot-long level. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill the centipede with one punch. Of course, if he performed the 8th transformation of 9 Devil Ape bloodline technique, he would instantly have the power of a 3rd-level Universe Knight, and killing the centipede would be even easier. But doing so would be like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. To Yi Xian, it would do more harm than good. This time, the final result would be exposed, and it would attract the attention of the 2nd-level Knight-level Rift Demonic Tiger. In this way, if Yi Xian were to reveal the strength of a 3rd-order Venerable, once news of this spread after the battle, regardless of whether it was the Greedy Wolf Forbidden Area or the other forbidden areas in the surroundings, the degree of importance they would place on him would be completely different. This would be extremely disadvantageous for Yi Xian's subsequent secret hunting operation. However, if he only exposed his power as a half-knight level, it would be completely different. At the very least, a half-step knight wasn't enough to attract the attention of the Universe Knights and even the Universe Masters who were overseeing the various supreme forbidden lands in the vicinity. Since it was a secret hunting operation, the goal was to make a fortune silently. If he could not expose his power as a night level, he would try his best not to expose it. This way, it would have the effect of numbing the enemy and buy more time for this operation. Perhaps, by the time the Universe Knights and Universe Masters in the Forbidden Lands around it realized Yi Xian's true power, he would have already collected the blood essence of the Emperor level, and he would have floated away and disappeared without a trace. This would be the best outcome. Xiu. His body was like a stream of light streaking across space, and the last 100 million miles of space was quickly left behind by him. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian plunged headfirst into the beast star with a light blue atmosphere. After entering the star, he changed direction and rushed toward a huge black canyon. The level 7 Emperor level centipede was hibernating in this black canyon. Previously, Yi Xian had used his spirit power to secretly enter the canyon and had already determined its location. Wang, who is it? Show yourself. Just as they arrived in the air above the black canyon, before Yi Xian could activate the 5th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, an incomparably deep buzzing sound suddenly came from the depths of the canyon below. Then, a gloomy voice sounded, as if it was right beside Yi Xian's ears. His expression changed. Without a doubt, he had been discovered. However, he didn't remove the perfect vibration of the mental power god art. He was still protected by the powerful mental power. A trace of doubt flashed through Yi Xian's mind, but he quickly understood. All of this was because his target this time was a powerhouse from the insect clan. Ordinary space beasts and human powerhouses couldn't detect Yi Xian's spirit power with their spirit power. Only the insect clan had all kinds of special biological waves that could detect spirit power. Of course, if Yi Xian's cultivation base was higher than his opponent's, he wouldn't have been detected. The key was that he was only in the first transformation of 9 Devil Ape, and his cultivation base was only at level 5 Emperor level, which was weaker than his opponent's. Therefore, as soon as he arrived above the Abyss Canyon, his aura was immediately detected. Naturally, it was understandable. Ruthless. At this moment, as Yi Xian's presence was exposed, and he didn't appear as soon as the other party reprimanded him. The centipedes in the Black Abyss Canyon below had clearly realized that something was wrong and knew that this was the invasion of an external enemy. Screech, an incomparably shrill roar sounded immediately, and then a huge black demonic insect that was 1,000,000 feet long rushed up from the Abyss Canyon below like a small continent. This fellow was pitch black and looked somewhat similar to a silkworm. It had 2 rows of short legs under its abdomen, and all of them were extremely thick. Its entire body was covered with sharp spikes, and it looked extremely ferocious. It gave people a feeling that they didn't know where to start. At this moment, as the 100-legged demon worm turned into a black light and shot into the sky, the strength of a rank 7 titled emperor suddenly spread out from its body. There was even a strange energy fluctuation that was accompanied by an even lower, high-frequency buzzing sound. It suddenly spread out and enveloped Yi Xian's entire body. This was obviously the biological frequency of the 100-feet devil's foot that was like a bloodline talent. It immediately broke through the perfect mental force secret technique that Yi Xian had used. At this moment, Yi Xian's 300-meter-tall violent ape figure appeared, and the aura he emitted was that of a level 5 Emperor-level cultivator. A level 5 Emperor-level starry sky violent ape? I've never heard of such an existence in the few forbidden areas nearby. As Yi Xian's figure appeared, the centipede's voice with a dense and soft aura quietly sounded at this moment. Compared to his previous bewilderment, he was obviously more relaxed now, and there was even a sense of contempt and disdain in his tone. But it doesn't matter where you come from. Since you dared to sneak into this Emperor's star nest, you should be prepared to be annihilated. Obviously, this was because the other party was certain that he could firmly kill Yi Xian. This was normal. Although a level 5 Emperor-level cultivator wasn't weak, he was 2 levels weaker than a level 7 Emperor-level cultivator. It was natural for him to be crushed. Screech. Hey, Ant, are you going to submit yourself, kneel on the ground, or do you want this Emperor to capture and even kill you? You choose for yourself. Raising its head and letting out another roar, the centipede slowly climbed up. Soon, it was even higher than Yi Xian, and was already close to the light blue atmosphere of the ferocious beast star. At this moment, he was looking down at Xian with a condescending attitude. His sense of superiority wasn't just the slightest bit strong. Of course, the reason for this was obviously to prevent Xian from turning around and escaping. After all, there was only a difference of 2 levels between them. If Xian had some powerful bloodline secret technique, there was still a possibility that he could escape when he was unprepared. Unfortunately, since Xian had taken the initiative to come here, there was naturally no possibility of him turning around and escaping. Facing this overconfident centipede, he shook his head and sighed. Then he roared, 9 transformations of the demonic ape. 5th transformation. Chapter 44-22. Demonic Ape 9 Changes. 5th change. Following this earth-shattering roar, Xian's 300-meter-tall violent ape body immediately expanded rapidly. In less than half a breath of time, it had already reached a size of 3 million meters. Compared to the 100-legged demon insect of the same size in the sky, it wasn't the slightest bit weaker. At the same time, the energy in his body started to climb rapidly to the peak of the 9th stage of the Undying Emperor level, which meant that he was a half-step universe knight. This scene was like a drama. In the blink of an eye, the space-raging ape, which was just like an ant a moment ago, had become a half-step universe knight that even he had to look up to and fear. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the 100-legged demon in the sky was dumbstruck. His eyes widened as he blankly stayed in the air above Xian's head. His entire mind rumbled. For a moment he actually forgot to react. This was not surprising. Everything had changed too quickly. Anyone who was caught off guard in such a situation would be dazed for a few moments. However, these few moments were enough to decide the life and death of a great being at the level of an emperor. Go to hell, Ro. At this moment, as the demonic ape 5 changes stabilized, Xian's eyes flashed coldly. Without any hesitation, he murmured in a low voice. Then he roared furiously, and his body shot up into the sky like a shooting star. He shot up rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he was right below the centipede. With a punch, even the void cracked. A terrifying aura that was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end enveloped the centipede's body. At this moment, it was as if he had suddenly fallen into a swamp. It was as if a heavy mountain was pressing down on his back. He could not move at all. A strong sense of life and death crisis hit. The centipede, who was still in a daze with a buzzing sound in his head, trembled. Then, a burning light flashed in his eyes, and he came back to his senses in an instant. Tiger splitting night. Beg me. In the next moment, the scorching light in the centipede's eyes turned into intense fear and despair without any suspense. However, he did not give up struggling. Although his body could not move, the voice of his divine sense quickly spread out under the shroud of a strange ripple that was extremely low but extremely fast. In an instant, it rushed out of this ferocious beast star. The light blue atmosphere spread in the void space outside. At the most critical moment of life and death, the centipede used his bloodline talent again. Using this unique and strange wave frequency, he called for help from the space-splitting demon tiger, who was 10 billion miles away. 10 billion miles was a long distance, but it was not too far for emperors, especially late-stage emperors at the 7th stage of the undying level. Especially for the centipede at this moment, when he was in a life and death crisis, not only did he use this strange wave-frequency bloodline talent, but he also used all his strength to activate it at all costs. With all these factors combined, his signal for help would spread out at the fastest speed possible. According to Xian's prediction, in less than 2 or 3 breaths, the space-splitting demon tiger, who had the cultivation base of a second-order venerable, would be able to tear through the void space. He had reached this place. Boom! Almost at the same moment when the centipede sent out his signal for help, the violent star ape threw a punch like a rocket and landed directly under the centipede's abdomen. A huge roar sounded, and the huge body of the centipede exploded into a dark green blood mist in an instant. In the sky above the light blue atmosphere of this star, it was as if the most violent hurricane had suddenly swept up. Clouds. The layer was instantly emptied, and even the light blue atmosphere above was blown away by the wind, creating ripples. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Yixian immediately waved his hand, and an invisible force spread out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it had shrouded the void space within a radius of 10 million miles and swept up all the dark green blood mist that had just spread out. After absorbing it into his body, he immediately sent it into the Shenong cauldron and threw it into the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space inside the cauldron. This centipede's cultivation base had reached the 7th stage of the undying level, which was the late stage of the undying level. At this moment, all the dark green blood mist that had appeared after his body exploded was swept up without leaving out a single bit. Because of this, Yixian was very happy even though there had been a slight accident before this battle. In his opinion, the centipede had been killed, and all the dark green blood mist that had appeared after his body exploded had been collected. It could be said that everything was over. He only needed to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability and leave this place in an instant. Even if the space-splitting demonic tiger arrived in the next instant, it would be meaningless to him. However, at this moment, just as Yixian was about to order the devouring system in his body to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability and escape, an unexpected change suddenly occurred. The tiger-splitting star, the planet where the space-splitting demonic tiger lived, was 10 billion miles away from the light blue atmosphere planet where the centipede was hibernating. 10 billion miles away, even if the centipede used the strange bloodline talent of biological wave frequency and fully activated it. If he wanted to send his distress signal to the tiger-splitting star which was 10 billion miles away, and the space-splitting demonic tiger received the message, he would need 2 to 3 breaths of time to rush over. Just as Yixian had predicted, it would need 2 to 3 breaths of time. Unfortunately, when Yixian entered the centipede's lair planet, the space-splitting demonic tiger came out of the tiger-splitting star due to other matters. And the direction he was heading in happened to be in the same direction as the centipede's lair planet. When Yixian's fist smashed towards the 100-legged demon insect, forcing him to pay the price. At the critical moment of life and death, he used his bloodline to send out a distress signal. The demonic void tiger was only 2 billion kilometers away from this fierce beast star with a light blue atmosphere. Compared to the original distance of 10 billion miles, it was 80% shorter. Therefore, when the space-splitting demonic tiger received the distress signal, Yixian had just punched the centipede. Chapter 44:23. Leave your life, you ant. Just as Yixian was about to activate his interstellar coordinate jump ability and flee, a deafening explosion reverberated tens of millions of miles to his right. A crack tore open in space, and a black demonic tiger with a body size of 10 million feet emerged from the crack. He rushed out. The moment he appeared, he raised his head and let out a furious roar. His furious roar reverberated throughout the entire space. The entire planet below him cracked open. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as though the world was about to be destroyed. This was a gigantic planet, yet it was destroyed by a single roar from the intruder. It crumbled into star fragments. One could see how powerful the intruder was. At the same time, an incomparably powerful aura enveloped Yixian's entire body. This was the pressure of a universe sovereign. If it wasn't for the fact that Yixian had already sensed the power of a universe sovereign while in the 8th transformation of the devil ape, he would have been stunned for a moment when he was suddenly enveloped by this kind of pressure. Seeing this, Yixian's expression changed slightly. He was not afraid of this space-ripping demonic tiger at all. If he really wanted to fight, Yixian was 100% sure that he could kill this opponent. However, that would require a certain amount of time. With this delay, the other universe knight in the Greedy Wolf star area, who was a 5th stage subblood Greedy Wolf, would definitely be able to make it here. After all, this space-ripping demonic tiger alone had taken more time than Yixian had expected. Yixian had originally thought that it would take at least 2 to 3 breaths to arrive. Who would have thought that it would only take half a breath to tear through space and arrive here? The speed of its reaction had far exceeded Yixian's expectations. This made him very uneasy. Now that this space-ripping demonic tiger had arrived, what if the other subblood Greedy Wolf did the same thing? Today's situation would be extremely unfavorable. Even if Yi Xian was still able to escape with his interstellar jump ability in the end, in the face of the pressure from the two universe knights, if Yi Xian wanted to successfully activate his interstellar coordinate jump ability and leave, then he would have to increase his own cultivation before leaving. He had to become a universe knight. That would undoubtedly expose his true strength in advance, which would be extremely disadvantageous for his subsequent actions. Just as he was thinking, the void-ripping demonic tiger roared and roared again from tens of millions of miles away. See la la. This time, following his furious roar, the space above Yi Xian's head once again split open into a huge spatial rift. An invisible force traversed tens of millions of kilometers in an instant, directly tearing through the void. This was one of the abilities of the void-ripping demonic tiger. It was related to its bloodline talent. Its roar had some kind of mysterious power. Not to mention huge planets, even the void could be torn apart by its roar. Boom! Yi Xian immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability in his body. Across the distant void, he attacked the roaring rift demonic tiger. Although he was not displaying the cultivation level of a universe knight, he was still at the peak of the 9th stage of the Emperor realm, which was half a step away from becoming a universe knight. Although this level of power was not a match for the void-ripping demonic tiger, he was still qualified to fight it head-on. Yi Xian punched out. He was not trying to injure his opponent. He was just trying to confuse his opponent. Generally speaking, when facing an opponent who was far more powerful than him, he would still risk his life to attack. This was definitely the case when he was forced into a desperate situation and did not have any means to escape. Yi Xian did this to cover up his interstellar coordinate jump ability. He did not want this ability to be exposed. It would also alert the void-ripping demonic tiger, which would affect their subsequent actions. Roar! As he punched out, the void-ripping demonic tiger's eyes shone with a hint of disdain. It seemed to be mocking Yi Xian. At the same time, it let out a shocking roar. Along with the roar, a formless power rushed toward Yi Xian. At this moment, the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the engulfing system in his body had been activated. He could jump at any time. At this moment, his divine sense was activated to the maximum. He felt the formless power rushing toward him. When it was about to reach him, he immediately unleashed all the power in his body and rapidly retreated. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's body rolled backward like a meteor. He even spat out a mouthful of blood. However, with a wave of his hand, he sucked the blood back into his body. When facing an opponent of this level, not a single drop of blood could be left behind. Otherwise, it was highly possible that the opponent had some kind of secret technique that could allow him to use this drop of blood to make many arrangements. Of course, all of this was fake. It was a trick that Yi Xian had used to confuse his opponent. At this moment, as he was heavily injured and retreated, his figure also staggered back into the crack in the void that was torn apart by the roar of the space-splitting demonic tiger. The space crack was filled with endless space turbulence. This time, the body of the violent ape of Starry Sky was actually torn apart by a few small space turbulence. However, not a single drop of blood was left behind. All of it was absorbed into Yi Xian's body. At this moment, just as his body fell into the void crack, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. He immediately ordered the engulfing system in his body to launch an interstellar coordinate jump. As for the coordinates that the jump locked onto, it was near the nesting star that had nurtured his strongest doppelganger. Whoosh! A faint sound of something breaking through the void could be heard. As the jump ability was launched, Yi Xian's body disappeared into the void crack. At this moment, his body was surrounded by a large amount of turbulence. At this moment, the demonic tiger was still more than 20 million kilometers away. From his angle and distance, Yi Xian's figure was clearly being directly swallowed by the endless turbulence in the void that was like an ocean within the crevice. Whoosh! Just as Yi Xian's body disappeared, a faint sound of something breaking through the void suddenly rang out. The void-ripping demonic tiger's body was close to the void crack. He did not enter the crack because the crack was slowly closing. Once he entered, the crack would completely close. Then, even he would not be able to find the way back. It was very likely that he would be lost in the endless turbulence of the void. Because he would be completely lost, Humph! Little ant, how dare you come to my voracious wolf-forbidden area to take advantage of me? Consider yourself lucky that you were lost in the turbulence of the void. Otherwise, if you fell into my hands, I would definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. The void-ripping demonic tiger snorted coldly and muttered a few words. With a wave of its front claws, it directly smoothed the void crack, completely cutting off the possibility of the violent ape of stars that had fallen into the crack escaping and finding the way back. Chapter 44-24. Xiao! The sound of air breaking resounded, and Yi Xian's body appeared in the space. He didn't fall into the space crack at all. Instead, he activated his interstellar coordinate jump ability the moment he fell in, deceiving the space-splitting demonic tiger. This way, not only did he not expose his jumping ability, but he also made the space-splitting demonic tiger mistakenly believe that he had fallen into the space crack and died in the endless space turbulence. This result was simply perfect. Compared to Yi Xian's original plan, he was much more satisfied. This way, it was as if he had taken action twice in the greedy wolf forbidden area and obtained 2 pieces of Emperor Blood Essence. However, there was no effect at all. That space-splitting demonic tiger would never pay attention to a half-step night-level space berserk ape that was destined to fall. All of this was originally unlikely to happen. It was basically unrealistic to try to deceive a universe knight. The reason why it was completed was partly because Yi Xian's acting skills were considered passable. After entering the space crack, he deliberately let a few smaller space cracks cut his body, making him look battered and exhausted. This scene was seen more than 10 million miles away by the space-splitting demonic tiger. When the space-splitting demonic tiger saw it, he naturally didn't think much of it. Of course, more importantly, the space-splitting demonic tiger would never have thought that Yi Xian would have such a magical ability. He could actually jump and leave in an instant without any space ripples. Even the space-splitting demonic tiger couldn't capture it. At this moment, as his body appeared, Yi Xian immediately let out a sigh of relief. He was released from the space-splitting demonic ape's 5th transformation and still transformed into the 30 meters tall space berserk ape. This way, his cultivation level and strength were also thus dropped to the 4th level of Emperor level. As for the wounds that he deliberately let a few smaller space turbulence scratch his body when he fell into the space crack, they had already healed. With Yi Xian's terrifying blood energy in the space-splitting demonic ape's 5th transformation, such a small wound was extremely small. It was simply insignificant. At this time, only a dozen breaths had passed since he absorbed the majestic black-green qi and blood formed after the body of the centipede exploded into his body and sent it to the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the Shenong tripod domain to start the blood essence condensation. After all, this was a Thear-cranked martial artist's physical body. It was different from the rest. In just a few dozen breaths of time, it was obvious that Jiang Yi was not able to complete the refinement. Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry, and he didn't leave either. He immediately used the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique to conceal his entire body and all his aura. Then he waited in the void just like that. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, Yi Xian opened his eyes and a bright light flashed through them. Swish! With a flip of his hand, Yi Xian opened his right palm, revealing a dark green vicious beast blood essence. It exuded a thick emperor aura, and it was a late-stage emperor at that. This emperor blood essence's quality was excellent, but it wasn't the best. However, Yi Xian was already very satisfied with it. Just like the blood essence condensed from the 6-tailed lewd fox's body, this emperor blood essence also retained the characteristics of the centipede. It was dark green in color. However, this time, Yi Xian was already mentally prepared, so he didn't feel too conflicted. After flipping his hand again and putting away the second Emperor Blood Essence, Yi Xian pondered for a moment, and a bright light flashed through his eyes. He murmured softly, "After the 2 previous battles, I've completely refined the surge of power after the previous breakthrough. So, it's time for a new breakthrough. After this breakthrough, I'll continue to hunt." After making up his mind, he immediately got up and shot toward the void on his right. In his memory, there was an abandoned star in this direction that could be used for a breakthrough. Soon Yi Xian arrived at the abandoned star and entered the core of the star. He immediately took out the Shenong cauldron, but it was shrunk to the size of 100,000 feet. Then, with a leap, he went to the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. He sat down. The next moment, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. He took out various top-grade cultivation resources from the undying world in his body one after another, including the peak 8-colored divine medicine that he had just refined not long ago, the all-evil origin liquid, and other rare top-grade precious materials and medicines. This time, among the resources he had prepared for a breakthrough, there was also a large piece of flesh and blood of a quasi-desolation almighty being. It was roasted into a golden color by the Shenong 8-colored flames. Then he fully activated the field of the Shenong cauldron in his body. Under the suppression of the field of the treasure cauldron, all the cultivation resources in front of him were turned into a small round bead in the blink of an eye. After doing all this, Yixian opened his mouth and swallowed the small bead into his stomach. Soon, it turned into a warm current that flowed down his throat and rushed to the 4 limbs of his body. Walala, boom! The moment the warm current spread, the sound of chains rattling could be heard. To Yixian's surprise, there were actually 2 shackles in his body this time. From this moment on, Yixian's body seemed to have been turned upside down. The loud rattling sound of chains did not stop for even a second. The blazing energy that had just formed flowed along the veins in his body, constantly shaking the new shackle that had just appeared. Yixian had completely forgotten about the existence of time. He focused his mind and focused on following the cultivation path of the ancient Dongshu technique. His divine sense carried the surging and boundless river of energy within his body as it cycled through his meridians time and time again. Circulation. During this process, while refining the energy river in his body, he was also accumulating as much energy as possible to break through the shackles of the shackles again. Time passed slowly. Even Yixian himself did not know how long had passed. When this energy river was completely refined and disappeared into Yixian's bones and meridians, the true essence in his body was obviously stronger than before. Without any hesitation, Yixian immediately pushed his divine sense to the extreme and immediately launched a new round of impact. Zheng! Zheng! A loud sound of metal clashing rang out. The shackles that appeared in his body broke. Almost in the next moment, the familiar system prompt sounded in his mind, and it was 2 times in a row. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu tactics. Current realm. 5th Order Emperor Immortal. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's chi and blood. Current realm. 5th Order Emperor Immortal. 5th Order Emperor. This time, Yixian welcomed the long-awaited 2 consecutive breakthroughs. It could be said that after entering the Emperor realm, this kind of situation rarely happened. He did not expect to unexpectedly encounter it today. Chapter 44-25. After another breakthrough, Yixian's cultivation had already reached the 5th Order Emperor realm under normal human conditions. But now, he had activated the Devil Ape's bloodline and transformed into a Star Devil Ape that was 30 meters tall. As a result, his cultivation had increased by a level, reaching the 6th Order Emperor realm. If he entered the 8th transformation of the 9 transformation demonic ape, his peak battle power would rise to 5th Order Universe Knight. Moreover, in the 8th transformation, the blood and energy within the body of the true devil ape would be so majestic that it would make one's hair stand on end. Therefore, in that state, Yixian could even suppress a 6th Order Venerable. He could even fight against a 7th Order Venerable. The strongest warrior in the Greedy Wolf Forbidden Area was only a 5th-level Universe Knight. The current Yixian could definitely kill him in a single battle. However, if he were to add in the 2nd Order Venerable Space-Splitting Demonic Tiger, it wouldn't be that simple. If he wanted to kill these 2 Universe Knights at the same time, Yixian would have to possess at least the battle prowess of a Universe Knight at the 7th level or above. 5th Order Emperor Realm? If that's the case, there are still 4 more minor breakthroughs before I reach the pinnacle of the 9th Order Undying Emperor. Then, it's time to swallow a level 25 Supreme Treasure Pill. After putting away the Shin Nong cauldron, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with surprise. Then, he subconsciously frowned. Instantly, he felt the pressure become heavier. To him, breaking through 4 minor breakthroughs did not take long. If it was like before and he was lucky enough to encounter 2 consecutive breakthroughs, 2 shackles would appear in his body. Then, he would only have to go into seclusion twice. Even if there was only 1 shackle, he would only have to go into seclusion 4 times. After that, he would need to swallow a level 25 Supreme Treasure Pill. Otherwise, his cultivation level would be stagnant. Now, not to mention 1 Supreme Treasure Pill, he had only collected 2 of the most important blood essences required to refine a level 25 Supreme Treasure Pill. He was still far from it. If I use 5 blood essences to refine, there might only be 1 level 25 Supreme Treasure Pill in the end. If I use 6 to 7 blood essences to refine, there will definitely be 2 level 25 Supreme Treasure Pills in the end. If I use more than 8 blood essences, there will be at least 3. If that's the case, even though we urgently need a level 25 Venerable Elixir now, it's not worth it to rush to refine it after we've gathered 5 of them. The Emperor-bestowed pellet is too difficult to obtain. After all, there are only so many Emperor-bestowed pellets. It seems that even if we urgently need a level 25 Venerable bestowed pellet, we shouldn't start refining it immediately after collecting 5 drops of Emperor-bestowed blood essence. It's best to collect more than 8 of them before condensing them. This way, at least 3 25 venerable ones will be produced. After saying that, Yi Xian faintly sighed and shook his head with a bitter smile. I haven't even gathered 5 of them yet, and I only have 2 right now. If I want to gather 8 of them before condensing them, there are still 6 left. This mission is very difficult, and time is of the essence. I can't afford to waste any more time. After making up his mind, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a flash of his body, he headed straight for the Milky Way star sector. This time, he wasn't heading to the Greedy Wolf star sector. He had just fought there, so it wasn't a good time to go there. Otherwise, accidents might happen. Although the space-tearing Devil Tiger knew that the half-step Supreme Space Violent Ape that went to the Greedy Wolf star sector had died in the space turbulence, it was still 2 undying emperors who had died at the same time. There were only 10 undying emperors in the entire Greedy Wolf star sector. It was a huge loss, so the Greedy Wolf star sector had to be on guard. This time, Yi Xian was heading to another forbidden area in the space to the left of the Greedy Wolf forbidden area. Traveling at full speed, it took a day and a half before a silver plate-shaped star field could be seen in the distance. However, it would take another day to reach it. It was so far away that he didn't have to worry about being discovered. Therefore, Yi Xian traveled at full speed. However, he was still under the protection of the perfect vibration spiritual energy technique. Half a day later, an extremely powerful energy wave came from the space to the right. Yi Xian had sensed this energy when he was in the 8th transformation of the demon ape, so he was very familiar with it. It was the energy of a universe knight. The space to the right was all around the Greedy Wolf forbidden area. Now, the terrifying energy of a universe knight came from that direction. There was no doubt that it was either the space-tearing Devil Tiger or the other knight in the forbidden area, who was a 5th-level knight. It was the Subblood Greedy Wolf. Judging from this energy, it should be more than a 2nd-level knight. It should be the Subblood Greedy Wolf. A light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He didn't hesitate any longer. His figure flashed as he directly charged to the left. He directly hid in an unremarkable abandoned star and restrained all of his aura. Very quickly, the figure of an enormous gray-necked greedy wolf appeared in the distance to the right. It was alone and didn't head towards Yi Xian. Instead, it charged out of the edge of the Greedy Wolf star region and directly shot towards the left. It left. After it left, Yi Xian rushed out of the abandoned star. He hid his energy and followed it from afar. He didn't dare to get too close. He kept a distance of hundreds of millions of miles between them. He only made sure that he could feel a trace of the other party. Just its energy was enough. Another 2 days passed in this manner, and they had already passed the border of the voracious wolf forbidden area. However, This subblood wolf still had no intention of stopping, and it was still rushing forward. It was obviously on a long journey. If there were no accidents, it should be heading to a forbidden area further away. It would take at least a few days to reach that forbidden area, and the subblood greedy wolf was in such a hurry. Obviously, it had something important to do. It would most likely stay there for a while. In that case, the greedy wolf forbidden area only has one level 2 universe sovereign realm void-tearing demonic tiger and 8 emperor undyings left. As this thought flashed through his mind, Yixian immediately stopped moving. His eyes flickered incessantly, and even his breathing became hurried. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. If everything goes smoothly, not only will we be able to obtain 8 in one go, but we will also be able to obtain 8 in one go. A titled Emperor's Blood Essence, or even a Venerable One's Blood Essence. Chapter 44-26. On the way to the second target, the forbidden area, Yixian accidentally bumped into the subblood greedy wolf. He followed behind it for nearly 3 days until he confirmed that the subblood greedy wolf was heading to a further forbidden area. Just by arriving there, it would take a few more days before he stopped. After thinking for a while, Yixian changed his original plan. He planned to return to the greedy wolf forbidden land and kill the space-tearing devil tiger first before dealing with the other 8 undying emperors. This was a wonderful opportunity, one that could not be missed and would not come again. After making up his mind, he did not hesitate and ordered the devouring system in his body to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability. As for the locked jump point, it was still near the source nest star that had nurtured his strongest doppelganger. Right now, he had been following the subblood greedy wolf for 3 days. If he were to turn around and head back to the greedy wolf star area, he would need 4 days to get there. On the other hand, if he directly launched a jump and returned to the nesting star where his strongest doppelganger was, it would only take him 2 days to rush to the voracious wolf forbidden land from there. Hence, there was no need to choose. He jumped immediately. Shio. Yixian's figure instantly appeared at the edge of the source nest star. He didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, entering the 3rd transformation. Before he broke through, he needed to enter the 5th transformation to have the power of a complete level 9 undying emperor with a body of 3 million feet. But now, as he had broken through 2 levels, he only needed to enter the 3rd transformation to reach the same power and size. Yixian had considered the reason why he decided to enter the greedy wolf forbidden land with his current size and power. If he entered voracious wolf forbidden area as a universe knight, it would arouse the suspicion of the void-splitting demon ape. After all, Yixian should have died in the space turbulence, but now, not only did he come back alive, but he also reached the universe knight level in such a short time. He would definitely be suspicious. Once that was the case, with his venerable realm cultivation, if he wanted to escape, Yixian might not be able to stay behind if the other party was prepared. After all, he was only a level 5 knight at the 8th transformation, which was only 3 levels higher than the space-tearing devil tiger. If he wanted to kill the space-tearing devil tiger and prevent it from escaping, he had to rely on a plan. Otherwise, there would be unforeseen circumstances. A level 9 undying emperor was a half-step knight, and his speed was much faster than before. Besides, Yixian had gone back and forth many times, so he was very familiar with the star path and could teleport from time to time. Just like that, it only took them a day to arrive at the edge of the voracious wolf forbidden area. Without hesitation, he rushed into the greedy wolf forbidden land and rushed to the star field on the left side of the center. The star field on the left side of the center was the space-tearing devil tiger's territory. He was in the center, and there were 4 ferocious beast planets around him. One of the 4 emperors had been killed by Yixian, and he was the strongest one. Yixian hid his body and restrained his aura. He was heading to the weakest of the 3 remaining emperors. This emperor was only a level 3 emperor, which was only 1 level higher than the 6-tailed perverted fox. However, he should have a close relationship with the space-tearing devil tiger. Otherwise, the space-tearing devil tiger wouldn't have arranged for him to stay on the Den star, which was closest to him. Chen was on this ferocious beast planet, which was only 1 billion miles away. This guy was the closest to the space-tearing devil tiger, but his cultivation was the weakest. He was only a level 3 emperor, and he was also a tiger. However, he wasn't a space-tearing devil tiger, but a demon-flying tiger. He must be a distant relative of the space-tearing devil tiger. You know, although Yixian had just been here, he had fallen into a space crack. According to the space-tearing devil tiger's knowledge, he should have died in the endless space turbulence. Hence, although the space-tearing devil tiger knew about the six-tailed perverted fox's death, he wasn't alarmed. A few days ago, after roaring at the subblood greedy wolf, he didn't do anything else. Because of this, all the ferocious beasts in the greedy wolf forbidden land had been cautious recently. They didn't dare to wander around the space without any reason. They didn't want to provoke the two knights, which could lead to disaster. Under these circumstances, Yixian smoothly arrived at the lair star where Mo Feihu was hibernating. After arriving, he didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately plunged into the atmosphere of the fierce beast star. After passing through the atmosphere, a mountain and river appeared in his field of vision. At the end of the mountain range in the distance, a demon-flying tiger was flapping its wings. Its entire body was black, and on its back was a pair of bone wings. And the aura emitted from his body was impressively at the 3rd level of the Immortal Emperor level. This was the real deal. There was no doubt about it. Not only was he Yixian's prey, but he was also the bait used by Yixian to lure the space-tearing devil tiger out. Furthermore, according to Yixian's deductions, the relationship between this demon flying tiger and the demonic tiger should be quite extraordinary. As long as Yixian killed it, the demonic tiger would definitely be enraged. At that time, Yixian would be caught off guard and instantly enter the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. The 8th transformation would give him the terrifying power of a level 5 universe knight. The probability of killing it on the spot was at least 80%. Even the chance of turning around and escaping was close to 0. Thinking of this, Yixian didn't hesitate anymore. He rushed over and arrived above the mountain range. Hong! In the next instant, the violent ape of stars suddenly threw out a punch, which landed directly on Mo Feihu's back. There was a huge roar, and demon-flying tiger didn't even have time to react. Its gigantic body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist and spread out. Xiao! Without the slightest hesitation, Yixian immediately waved his hand. An invisible force spread out from his body, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped an area of tens of millions of kilometers, sweeping away all of the dark red blood mist that had just spread out. After absorbing it into his body, he immediately sent it into the Shenong cauldron and threw it into the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron. This was already the 3rd blood essence of an emperor beast. In just a few days he had gained so much, which made Yixian very excited. At the same time, a billion miles away, in the burrow star where the space-splitting demonic tiger was hibernating, the space-splitting demonic tiger, who was cultivating in seclusion in the burrow star, seemed to have suddenly sensed something. It suddenly opened its eyes, and an incomparably terrifying venerable might appeared. Pressure spread out from its body. It revealed a strong murderous intent. Chapter 44:27. Hong Long Long, roar! Ain't you dare! Almost at the same instant that Yixian waved his hand and absorbed the dark red blood mist that exploded from Mo Feihu's body into his body, outside the planet's atmosphere, tens of millions of kilometers to the right of the void, a huge explosion sounded out, and a crack was torn open in the void. A black demonic tiger with a body size of 10 million feet rushed out of the crack. As soon as he appeared, he raised his head and roared furiously. His furious roar reverberated through the void. This time, the space-splitting demonic tiger was clearly enraged. The demonic flying tiger that he had set his eyes on was actually killed right in front of his eyes. This was simply infuriating. What was even more unacceptable to him was that the existence that had killed Mo Feihu was actually the cosmic violent ape that he had just fought in the ravenous wolf star region, then fell into the spatial rift and was devoured by the endless spatial turbulence. This was simply too much. In just a few days, 3 emperors had fallen in the hands of the same being in the greedy wolf forbidden zone. This was clearly a slap in the face. What made the space-raging demonic tiger the most unbearable was that this guy knew that he was in charge of this place. Previously, he had almost been severely injured by his roar and escaped by falling into the void crack. Now, he did not know what kind of luck he had, but he actually found the way back. After coming back alive, he actually did not keep a low profile and dared to continue wreaking havoc in the greedy wolf star area. He even ran to a place that was only 1 billion miles away from his star lair and killed Mog Feihu on the spot. This was simply not taking him seriously at all. Roar! As this thought flashed through his mind, the space-raging demonic tiger felt suffocated in his chest. He raised his head and let out another shocking roar. In an instant, the entire star below Mog Feihu's lair cracked. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. It was as though the world was about to be destroyed. This was a gigantic star, but because of the furious roar of the void-splitting demonic tiger, it was instantly destroyed and shattered into star fragments. At this moment, an incomparably powerful aura enveloped Yixian's entire body. Roar! Roar! Almost at the same time, 2 earth-shattering roars came from the front left and rear right of the void. The other 2 undyings in the central starfield to the left of the greedy wolf forbidden zone were finally alerted and rushed over. These 2 emperors were both at the middle level, one at level 5 and the other at level 6. As for their forms, they were both over 1 million zhang in size. They were respectively a sub-blood lion and a silver beetle. The 2 monarch beasts didn't approach after arriving. Instead, they hovered in the void, one on the left and one on the right. Their auras spread out as they stood guard. The reason for this was because they were only mid-stage martial emperors. They weren't a match for a peak 9th order martial emperor. If they had rushed over, they would have been killed instantly. On the other hand, the void-ripping demonic tiger was here, and Mog Feihu, whom he had taken a fancy to, had died a tragic death. The void-ripping demonic tiger was obviously furious, and he couldn't wait to kill the starry sky violent ape with his own hands. Hence, even if the sub-blood lion and the silver beetle had the strength, they didn't dare to do it on their behalf. If they did, it would undoubtedly enrage the space-raging demonic tiger again. The reason why they stood guard in the void was obviously to block Yixian's escape route. After all, he had the strength of a half-step martial emperor. If he wanted to escape, he might have a chance to do so. If that was the case, the sub-blood lion and the silver beetle would be able to block his escape path and the spatial rift demonic tiger would be able to catch up to him in the shortest amount of time possible. And your guts are really big. This time, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. Roar! The void-ripping demonic tiger raised its head and let out a roar. The pressure of the martial highness realm in its body suddenly intensified. Due to its anger, there was a hint of mockery in its tone. It was clearly like a cat toying with a mouse. Now, it's time for you to surrender. Or should I personally make a move and kill you on the spot? It seems that you feel very good about yourself. Yixian didn't move at all. It seemed that he was afraid, but at this moment, his divine sense revealed an incomparably relaxed feeling. Instead, he was mocking the space-raging demonic tiger. This was indeed his true performance. There was no pretense or falsehood. But in the eyes of the space-raging demonic tiger, it was clear that he was just bluffing. Even the sub-blood lion and the silver beetle, who were waiting in the void to the left and right in the distance, let out a mocking roar. And I have already given you a chance. If you don't want it, then go to hell. Roar! The space-raging demonic tiger didn't say anything. With a cold light in his eyes, he let out another roar. Immediately, he leaped forward and pounced on Yixian. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of miles away. This sentence should be given to you by me. Thousands of miles away, there was no way for the other party to escape. Thinking of this, Yixian didn't hesitate anymore. He immediately raised his head and roared, 9 changes of the demonic ape, 8th change. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge explosion was heard. This time, the speed at which his body expanded was much faster than before. The power in his body surged like a roaring river. His limbs and bones surged with boundless murderous intent, and a terrifying aura that was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end gushed out. His body, which was originally only 30 meters tall, expanded at an extremely fast speed that made one's hair stand on end. In less than 3 breaths, he had already reached a height of 1 billion feet, which was equivalent to 6 million miles. This was definitely comparable to a real giant star, or even greater. At the same time, as his body expanded, Yixian's cultivation aura rose at the same speed. Within 3 breaths, he had already reached the 5th level of the universe night from the 9th level of the pinnacle of the undying emperor realm. 5th level of the universe night. And the space-raging demonic tiger, who was charging toward him, was only at the 2nd level of the universe night. There was a difference of 3 small levels between the two of them. When one's level of cultivation was low, 3 small levels might not be a big deal. However, as one's level of cultivation increased, the difference of 1 small level was like heaven and earth. And now Yixian and the space-raging demonic tiger were both at the universe night level. In this realm, a difference of 1 small level could almost mean an absolute advantage. If there was a difference of 2 small levels, it was basically a crushing defeat. But now Yixian had the advantage of 3 small levels. On top of that, he had a body that was 6 million miles long and possessed a boundless amount of blood and qi. The difference in strength between the two of them had already reached 4 minor realms. Chapter 44:28. At that moment, as Yixian performed the 8th transformation of the bloodline technique of 9 transformations of demonic ape, his body expanded to a height of 6 million miles in an instant. He was larger than the largest star, and his blood energy was so majestic that it was terrifying. As for his cultivation level, it also skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the 5th level of the universe night realm. If his blood energy, which was so majestic that it made people's hair stand on end, his current combat power was definitely comparable to the 6th level of the universe night realm. And the space-splitting demonic tiger, who was roaring and charging toward him, was only at the 2nd level of the universe night realm. The gap between him and Yixian was as high as 4 levels. In addition, the distance between the two of them was only 10 million miles. It was almost certain that the space-splitting demonic tiger would die. There was no suspense at all. What? 5th level night? This is impossible. Roar! Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor. Nioibo Studio. Seeing this, space-ripping demon tiger's expression changed. As a powerful universe knight, he immediately realized how bad his situation was. At that moment, following the exclamation, he raised his head and let out a shocking roar without any hesitation. Hong long long, Sila! With this roar, the space-splitting demonic tiger apparently activated the bloodline talent in his body. With this roar, he tore open the void space. However, it was not to attack, but to escape. This void space crack appeared 10 million miles above his head, and he could rush into it with just a leap. After entering the void space crack, he would have to face the endless void space turbulence, and he might even lose his way in the endless void space turbulence. It would be like being exiled, never to return. However, he still did not hesitate at all. No matter what, it was better than immediately being killed here, right? This thought flashed through his mind, and the space-splitting demonic tiger, who was terrified, jumped and tried to rush into the void space crack 10 million miles above his head. However, Yixian had already expected this move and was on guard against it. Now that he saw that it was indeed so, he immediately sneered. The voice of his spiritual sense was instantly transmitted out, revealing endless ridicule and disdain. What's going on? A moment ago, you said you wanted to die. The next moment, you want to tear a crack in the ground and hide in it. You space-splitting demonic tigers really know how to play. Pooh! These words were too vicious. He was a universe knight, yet he was being slandered to such an extent. Just as he was about to leap up, Rift Demon Tiger felt his chest tighten and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. You can't just randomly spew blood. These are all useful to me. I've already reserved them. Boom. Seeing this, Yixian no longer hesitated. At the same time his spiritual sense was transmitted, his figure suddenly leaped up and directly blocked the space above the dirty splitting demonic tiger's head, blocking its path. Then, the 6 million-kilometer-long violent ape roared and swung its giant fists, crouching down to attack. Roar! Seeing this scene, the demonic void tiger's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. It let out an earth-shattering roar, and a voice filled with unwillingness resounded through the void. However, all of this was impossible to change. He didn't even have the slightest chance to struggle when facing a Starsky violent ape that possessed a combat strength comparable to a 6th-rank Exalt Realm expert. Boom! The next moment, the Starsky violent ape suddenly threw a punch that landed directly on the back of the demonic void tiger, making a huge roaring sound. The demonic void tiger didn't even have the slightest chance to resist. His gigantic body instantly exploded into a cloud of bloody mist and spread out. Shio. Seeing this scene, Yixian suddenly felt relieved. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand immediately. A formless force spread out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered the void space within a radius of 10 million miles, sweeping in all the bloody mist that had just spread out. After absorbing all of it into his body, he immediately sent it into the Shenong cauldron and threw it into the flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano in the space within the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, a 2nd-rank Exalt Realm expert had fallen. And to Yixian, this was a huge gain. His own power hadn't officially broken through to the Universe Knight level yet, but he had already obtained a Knight Blood Essence. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. One had to know that even Emperor Blood Essence was so hard to find, let alone a Knight Blood Essence. In fact, even if Yixian's own power had officially broken through to the Universe Knight level, it would still be extremely difficult to kill a Universe Knight at that time. Although there were many supreme forbidden lands surrounding this Milky Way star field, there were only a few Universe Knights and Universe Masters in each of them, and every one of them was closely watched. How could it be so easy to successfully hunt and kill all of them? It could be said that this was a completely unexpected gain. It was completely due to luck. Otherwise, if that sub-blood greedy wolf had been here, Yixian wouldn't have had the slightest chance at all. However, although this time he had unexpectedly killed a 2nd-rank Exalt Realm Knight, which was a huge gain, it was simply a pleasant surprise. But now, everything was far from over. Now, with the annihilation of the space-tearing demon tiger, there were no more Universe Knights in this greedy wolf's supreme forbidden land. To Yixian, this was definitely an excellent opportunity. In this supreme forbidden land, there were a total of 10 undying emperors. Previously, he had already killed 3 of them, and now there were only 7 left. Tens of billions of miles away, in the right central star field, there were a total of 5 undying emperors. At this moment in the left central star field, where Yixian was, there were only 2 undying emperors left. And these 2 undying emperors were right in front of Yixian, one on his left and one on his right. They were only 50 to 60 million miles away from him. As long as he killed the 2 sub-blood lions and the silver beetles, the next thing Yixian had to do was to head to the right central star field of the greedy wolf's supreme forbidden land. After killing the last 5 undying emperors, he could immediately withdraw and flee far away. Almost annihilating an elementary supreme forbidden land by himself was absolutely a shocking achievement. Even Yixian himself had never dared to think about it before. And now, all of this was about to become a reality. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yixian was so excited that even his breathing became rapid. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, he immediately turned his head to look at the sub-blood lions and the silver beetles on his left and right sides of the void space. At this moment, these 2 fellows were already stunned by the scene that had just happened in front of them. An instant ago, they were still certain that Yixian was going to die on the spot. However, after an instant, not only did Yixian not die, he even transformed into a 5th-order venerable with terrifying battle prowess that could scare people to death. Furthermore, he even attacked with lightning speed, and in the blink of an eye, he blasted the demonic void tiger, who was at the 2nd-order venerable realm, into pieces. A cloud of bloody mist. Chapter 44:29. In the blink of an eye, the space-rending demonic tiger fell, its huge body exploding into a crimson mist that was directly collected by the violent star ape. When the sub-blood lion and the silver beetle saw the scene, They were dumbfounded and didn't dare to move in the slightest. It wasn't that they didn't want to turn around and escape, but in the face of a fifth-order venerable star ape, even a second-order venerable like the space-rending demonic tiger couldn't withstand a single blow. What could they do with their mere mid-stage emperor cultivation? Although they were tens of millions of kilometers away now, as soon as they turned around, they would immediately die. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the sub-blood lion and the silver beetle trembled as they exchanged a glance. With just a single glance, they instantly reached a consensus. The next moment, the voices of the two begging for mercy rang out in the void, filled with fear and trepidation. "Lord Violent Star Ape, please spare our lives." "Yes, we are willing to serve you." "Roar." "Since you are willing to serve me, then offer up your bodies." What this senior wants is the body of an emperor-stage vicious beast. As soon as the two finished speaking, the Violent Star Ape, whose body was larger than a giant planet, raised its head and roared, sending out a divine sense voice. It didn't have the slightest intention to consider and directly wanted to kill them. Hearing this, the sub-blood lion and the silver beetle completely understood, and a look of regret appeared on their faces. If they had known this would happen, they would have taken advantage of the opportunity to turn around and escape. At least they would have a better chance of survival. Split up. In the next moment, the sub-blood lion and the silver beetle, who knew that there was no hope, roared at the same time, and the two of them, one on the left and one on the right, turned around and fled in different directions. "You want to escape now? Don't you think it's too late?" Yi Xian's divine sense voice sounded again, but before his voice fell, his figure had already disappeared. He had directly used void teleportation, and after a flash, he instantly blocked the silver beetle's path. The space insect race often had special bloodline talents, so when encountering such opponents, Yi Xian's first target was usually an insect race expert. Boom! As his figure appeared, the Violent Star Ape suddenly threw out a punch without the slightest hesitation. This punch instantly fell on the silver beetle's back, causing a loud bang. The silver beetle didn't even have the chance to resist. His gigantic body instantly exploded into a cloud of silver blood mist and spread out. "Xiao!" Yi Xian waved his hand again, and in blood qi. In the blink of an eye, it had enveloped a radius of tens of millions of kilometers, enveloping the space's ants of blood essence blood. The blood essence blood was swept blood. S's had blood. After doing all this, the huge body of the violent ape of stars once again flashed as it performed teleportation, disappearing in the blink of an eye. When it reappeared, it was already in the distant void nearly 200 million miles away, blocking the path of the fleeing sub-blood lion. Furthermore, the distance between them was less than 10 million miles. It was only 6 to 7 million miles. At such a close distance, it was simply a close combat. Not to mention the blood lion, even the space-splitting demon tiger wouldn't have the slightest chance of turning the tables. Seeing this scene, the blood lion was in complete despair. Its originally extremely fast figure suddenly came to an abrupt halt in the void. "Roar! You want to obtain this emperor's body? Dream on. Even if I die, I won't let you have it." Boom! In extreme despair, the blood lion raised its head and let out a roar of unwillingness. Then, as the voice of its divine sense spread out, this guy actually self-detonated in the void not far away, millions of kilometers away. A sky-shaking, earth-shaking boom could be heard. The space within millions of miles was torn apart by the explosive power of his self-detonation. A cloud of blood-red mist spread out, mixing with the countless space turbulence that drilled out from the cracks after the space shattered inch by inch. After all, it was a mid-stage emperor expert who had self-detonated without regard for anything else. This kind of power was originally supposed to be unleashed. Self-detonation? Don't let this venerable succeed? This really makes people speechless. Seeing this scene in front of him, Yi Xian was stunned. After a long while, he rolled his eyes and muttered, "I didn't expect to meet such a crazy guy again." Self-detonation? It saves this star master the energy to do it himself. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian had already waved his hand suddenly. In an instant, an invisible force spread out from his body with a faint sound of breaking through the air. In the blink of an eye, it had already enveloped the void within a radius of millions of kilometers. Soon, the dark red blood mist that had just spread out had been completely swept up. Yi Xian immediately took it into his body and immediately sent it to the Shenong cauldron, throwing it into the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano in the space inside the cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. At this point, Yi Xian had already killed a second-order venerable and 5 immortal emperors in the voracious wolf forbidden area. His harvest was simply enormous. Aside from the sub-blood greedy wolf that had already left and wouldn't return in the next few days, there were still 5 emperors within the forbidden land that he had to kill. These were 5 emperor-level blood essences, and now that there were no knights here, these 5 undyings were like naked girls to Yi Xian. He could take them as he pleased. Such a tempting opportunity. If he missed it, it would be completely unreasonable. There are still 5 more targets. After I finish them off, I can immediately leave. His eyes gleaming coldly, Yi Xian muttered softly, subconsciously gazing towards the space to his right. Those 5 emperors were in the central right starfield guarded by the sub-blood greedy wolf. They shouldn't have sensed the change in the starfield. After all, the core area of the Greed Wolf Forbidden Zone was 40 to 50 billion miles away from the left and right star areas of the Greed Wolf Forbidden Zone. Even an emperor, if he didn't push his spirit sense to the limit and extend it in a single direction, he wouldn't be able to sense the situation so far away. However, Yi Xian didn't have much time left. After all, they were 5 emperors with different bloodline talents and abilities. If they were to split up and flee, even if he was a universe knight and in existence at the 5th level of this realm, in the end, he would still have to take 5 of them. Even if he killed all 5 of them, he might not be able to guarantee a 100% success rate. Thinking about that, Yi Xian didn't hesitate anymore, immediately turning and shooting towards the space to his right, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 4430. Tens of billions of miles of space was nothing to a 5th-order knight. At this moment, Yi Xian was in the 8th transformation of the demonic ape. His body was 6 million miles long, which was a few times bigger than the largest natural star. His speed was extremely fast, surpassing that of a meteor as he streaked across the void. Inside his body, there was a majestic aura that made one's hair stand on end. Without a doubt, this scene immediately alarmed the entire voracious wolf forbidden land. Countless ferocious beasts in this beginner-level forbidden land all rushed out of the star layers they were in. They looked in the direction of this terrifying pressure with a horrified expression on their faces. Looking into the distance, exclamations, roars, and howls resounded like waves, one after another, resounding endlessly. What? A 5th-order knight? Where did this space-violent ape come from? It doesn't matter where it came from. The key is, what is it doing here? How dare it rampage in our forbidden zone? Look at the situation. It's obvious that it's not a friendly one. Voracious Wolf Knight is on a long journey, but Tiger Demon Knight is still guarding the forbidden zone. Why isn't there any reaction now? Could it be that he's allowed to rampage in our forbidden zone? The situation is bad. This starry sky ferocious ape with a terrifying cultivation seems to have just happened to rush over from the left starry sky where the exalted devil tiger resided. In this way, it would seem that the exalted devil tiger has probably already been killed. A 5th-stage venerable dares to launch a massacre in my voracious wolf forbidden land? How is this possible? Howl! Howl! Along with the exclamations, 5 figures rushed out of 5 ferocious beast lairs from different directions in the starfield on the right of voracious wolf forbidden zone. Their auras were very powerful, and they were all emperors. A black beetle, a 3-tailed ferocious bird, a space porcupine, a 5-legged black crow, and finally a blood-red silver wolf. These 5 emperor-level ferocious beasts were the 5 fellows guarding the sub-blood greedy wolf's nest. At this moment, they were all shocked by Yi Xian's powerful aura, rushing out of their nests and into the universe space. All of them had terrified expressions as they looked at the raging starry sky ape that was as fast as a meteor but larger than a giant planet. They cried out in shock and bewilderment. Violent Ape Elder, what is the meaning of this? Why are you rampaging in our forbidden zone? Which forbidden zone are you from? Within Greedy Wolf Forbidden Area, there are Universe Knights at level 5. Senior, don't go too far, said Luo Feng. If it's a misunderstanding, please stop immediately. Let's talk slowly. Don't hurt our friendship, something's not right. There seems to be a huge change in the stellar region where Venerable Devil Tiger was stationed. Venerable Devil Tiger is dead. Howl! Along with the exclamations, the last blood-red silver wolf was shocked. He activated his godly consciousness to the maximum and extended it to the starfield where sky-ripping Demon Tiger was guarding. He immediately discovered that something was wrong, and his expression changed drastically. He immediately reported what he had discovered with his divine sense. Then he roared at the sky, and the aura of a peak 9th Order Great Perfection Empyrean Immortal erupted from his body. Without a doubt, this blood-red silver wolf was the most powerful being among the 5 Emperor-level Undyings in the Forbidden Zone. He was only one step away from becoming a Universe Knight. At this moment, after his roar, the other 4 Emperor-level Undyings all released their powerful auras in shock and anger. They were all filled with murderous intent. Hong! There was a loud boom. The star Violent Ape was right in front of the wolf. It didn't say anything and just threw a punch at the wolf's back, creating a loud boom. The half-step Venerable Blood Silver Wolf did not even have the chance to fight back. Its enormous body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist that dispersed into the surroundings. Xiao! Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and an invisible force spread out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it had already enveloped an area of tens of millions of kilometers, sweeping away all of the dark red blood mist that had just spread out. After absorbing all of it into his body, he immediately sent it into the Shinong Cauldron and threw it into the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron. In the blink of an eye, a half-step knight who was a 9th Order Pinnacle Emperor had fallen. This scene caused the other 4 martial emperors to stop abruptly. In an instant, they were stunned and scared silly. The pressure that had just spread out from their bodies dissipated in an instant. Their entire bodies trembled slightly. Exclamations were heard again. What? Attacking at the slightest disagreement. This violent ape is too decisive in killing. We can't fight it head-on, and there's no chance for reconciliation. It didn't buy it at all and fled immediately. My forbidden zone is in danger today. Howl! Amidst the exclamations, roars and howls resounded. These 4 emperors no longer hesitated or stayed, immediately turning and heading in different directions, swiftly shooting off into the distance. You only want to leave now? It's too late. Today, none of you will be able to escape. Howl! Yi Xian's voice sounded out. The starry sky berserk ape, which was 6 million kilometers in size, raised its head and roared. Its speed instantly increased by 30%, and in the blink of an eye, it had already caught up to the 5-legged black crow. Without saying anything, it punched out. Rumble! The thunderous roar resounded again. The 5-legged black crow let out a miserable howl. Pang Da's gigantic body instantly exploded into a cloud of black blood mist. Like a hurricane, it spread out in an instant. Xiao! Yi Xian didn't even turn his head. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force spread out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped an area of tens of millions of kilometers, sweeping away all of the black blood mist that had just spread out. After absorbing it into his body, immediately after absorbing the bloody mist, it was sent into the Shinong Cauldron and into the central region's volcano to refine the blood essence. Seeing this scene, the other 3 emperors were shocked, and they all let out a shrill howl. Their speed of fleeing skyrocketed again. However, all of this was futile. There was no meaning to it at all. Xiao! With a shake of its shoulder, the giant space violent ape disappeared. When it reappeared, it was right in front of the 3-tailed beast. The latter's figure abruptly stopped in the void, and an incomparably flustered light flashed in his eyes. Almost like a conditioned reflex, it immediately begged for mercy. Elder Violent Ape, this is just a misunderstanding. No, Rumble. Chapter 44:31. In the blink of an eye, within 2 to 3 breaths, 3 of the 5 remaining undying emperors in Voracious Wolf Forbidden Zone had fallen. Only 1 black beetle and 1 space porcupine were left. This scene was truly too shocking. The 3 Emperor Undyings only lasted for less than 3 breaths of time in Yixian's hands before they were blasted into a cloud of blood mist. After they fell, they were taken away. It was not until then that the countless ferocious beasts in the surrounding void finally realized what had happened. Although they knew that Greedy Wolf Knight had gone on a long journey, only a few of them had guessed the truth of Tiger Demon Knight's death. The rest were still in the dark. However, at this moment, after witnessing this mysterious space ape kill 3 emperors within 3 breaths of time, Tiger Demon Knight, who was guarding the Voracious Wolf Forbidden Area, didn't react at all. These ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Area were not fools. This abnormal situation made them realize that something was wrong in an instant. For a time, all sorts of shocked cries and howls rang out like a tidal wave. Damn it, Tiger Demon Knight didn't show up. This is definitely abnormal. If I'm not wrong, he must have fallen long ago. No wonder this powerful raging ape didn't intend to hide at all. He didn't need to hide at all. Within the entire Voracious Wolf Forbidden Area, there's not even a single Universe Knight. To him, there's no defense at all, and he can enter a place with absolutely no one, said Luofeng. Even if Tiger Demon Knight is here, what's the use? This Starry Sky Ape is a 5th rank venerable. My Voracious Wolf Forbidden Land is destined to perish today. Run, howl, howl. As these wild roars and cries of shock rang out, the entire Voracious Wolf Forbidden Land was thrown into chaos. In the vast space of hundreds of billions of miles, countless beasts from forbidden lands fled madly toward the outside of the Voracious Wolf Forbidden Land at an extremely high speed. They were fleeing in panic. Yixian wasn't interested in paying attention to all of this. Now, the only thing that could make him interested in hunting was at least an immortal emperor. Under the immortal emperor, he wouldn't be able to raise his spirits at all. Of course, since the Voracious Wolf Forbidden Area was an elementary forbidden area, there were quite a few titled emperor beasts as well. If there weren't 100 of them, there were at least 80 of them. At the moment, none of them were present. Like stray dogs, they fled in all directions. However, Yixian wasn't in the mood to chase after them. In front of him, there were 2 emperor-level beasts that were even more tempting. A black beetle and a space porcupine. At this very moment, these 2 fellows were also charging in different directions, one on the left and one on the right. According to Yixian's habits, he would naturally attack the bug clan first. Xiao! A faint sound of the air being torn apart resounded. The enormous violent Starry Sky Ape shook its shoulders, and its figure instantly disappeared on the spot. When it reappeared, it was already 200 million miles away, and it just happened to block the path of the black beetle. Howl! At this moment, the black beetle was in complete despair. It let out an incomparably shrill shriek, and its entire body trembled violently. The aura in its body became incomparably violent. It was clearly on the verge of self-detonation. Seeing this scene, Yixian was stunned for a moment, then rolled his eyes. After that, his divine sense sounded out, self-destructing, right? Then hurry up. I can sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor. I can also collect the energy and blood of your physical body after you self-destruct. Pooh! Hong! Hearing this, the black beetle was so angry that it spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the energy in its body was already extremely violent. The process of self-destruction could no longer be reversed. Damn it! As blood spurted out of his mouth, the black beetle raised his head and let out a roar of unwillingness. Then, as the voice of his divine sense spread out, he actually self-destructed in the void not too far away from him. A familiar series of booms could be heard. The space within millions of miles was torn apart by the explosive power of his self-detonation. A cloud of black blood mist spread out, mixing with the countless space turbulence that drilled out from the cracks after the space shattered inch by inch. Rise. Xiao! Yixian was waiting for this moment. As the black mist of blood spread out, he waved his hand immediately. In an instant, an invisible strength spread out from his body with a weak sound of breaking through the air. In the blink of an eye, it had covered the void within millions of miles. The black mist of blood that had just spread out was swept up in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian immediately took it into his body and sent it to the Shenong cauldron. He threw it into the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron and started to condense the blood essence. At this point, there was only one emperor left in the entire voracious wolf forbidden zone, and it was the space porcupine that had escaped to the right. This space porcupine's cultivation level was neither high nor high. It was at the peak of the middle stage of the 6th stage emperor level, only one step away from the late stage emperor level. At this moment, he was 200 million miles away in the right void. Due to its bloated body, the starry sky porcupine's forte was not its speed. Therefore, it had no means of escaping. Facing such a life-or-death situation, he actually didn't have any bloodline ability or talent that he could use. The only way to deal with it was to run forward while gasping for air. Xiao. A faint sound of breaking through the void rang out. The star-violent ape, which was 6 million kilometers in size and looked like a superstar, only took a single instant to directly block the path of the star porcupine. The distance between the two was only 6 to 7 million miles. Yi Xian only needed to throw a punch to turn this space porcupine into a mist of blood. Then, he would collect it and refine it into a middle-stage emperor-level blood essence. However, just as Yi Xian raised his arm and was about to punch out, the starry sky porcupine, which had already stopped in its tracks due to fear, had a flash of inspiration in its mind. It raised its head and howled, sending out a voice of begging for mercy. "Awu, elder, please don't punch the porcupine. We're on the same side. There's the aura of my direct bloodline descendant in your body, Hearing these words, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then he subconsciously searched his body. Not to mention, he really did find a very weak bloodline aura. It wasn't deliberately left behind. It was left in Yi Xian's body by accident. As for the owner of this aura of the bloodline, it was the immemorial porcupine. Chapter 44-32. Leave a pig alive? As he chewed on these words, a strange expression appeared on Yi Xian's face. At this moment, he was already certain that the starry sky porcupine in front of him was the direct ancestor of the primordial porcupine. It was just that he didn't know which generation it was. These two pigs were exactly the same. If that was the case, then this space porcupine couldn't be killed. After all, it was the ancestor of the primordial porcupine. If he really killed it and the primordial porcupine found out about it, they wouldn't be brothers anymore. Although it was a pity, this space porcupine was still a pinnacle middle-stage emperor. If he really killed it, it would be a decent amount of emperor blood essence. However, the emperor's sealing blood essence could be obtained from other places, and there was only one ancestor of the primordial porcupine. Yi Xian still understood the choice. What's more, he already had 9 emperor blood essences. It was enough to make a level 25 supreme treasure pill. If nothing went wrong, there was an 80% chance that he could make 4. And because one of them was an Emperor level 9 Pinnacle Emperor blood essence, the chance of making 5 was above 60%. Yi Xian only needed 1. He still had 3 to 4 left for his subordinates. It was obvious that it was enough for him to use in a short period of time. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian instantly made a decision to give up on killing this starry sky porcupine. With a thought, his figure swayed and he directly retreated from the 8th transformation to the 4th devil ape. As a result, although his cultivation level had dropped from level 5 Universe Knight to level 1 Universe Knight, his body had also returned to its original size of 30 million feet. Previously, he was a few times bigger than a superstar, which was too inconvenient. Now that he was 10 million zhong, even though he was much bigger than the space porcupine, at least he didn't feel so awkward. Senior, you know my 108 generations of pig grandsons? Look at the bloodline energy he accidentally left in your body. You seem to have a good relationship with him. At this moment, when the space porcupine saw Yi Xian beg for mercy, it pondered for a moment before shrinking its body. Even its cultivation aura was restrained by a lot. Now, it was only at the first level of the Universe Sovereign, As long as one wasn't an idiot, one could tell what this meant. As his heart relaxed, the starry sky porcupine immediately walked in front of Yi Xian with a face full of smiles. It kept asking him about the situation of the primordial porcupine, and appeared to be rather relaxed. It was obvious that it didn't treat Yi Xian as a threat at all. This was understandable. After all, how could a being like Yi Xian let a person he didn't trust come into contact with his body? As for his 108 generations of pig grandson, since he was able to unintentionally leave behind a harmless bloodline aura in Yi Xian's body, it meant that his divine sense and even his blood had come into close contact with Yi Xian before. To be able to have such contact, they definitely had a close relationship. With this relationship, coupled with the fact that Yi Xian had restrained his killing intent, the starry sky porcupine wasn't a fool. He naturally understood that not only had he resolved the crisis, he'd even gotten himself a thick thigh because of it. 108 generations of pig grandsons? Upon hearing that the primordial porcupine was a junior to this guy, Yi Xian's face turned green. He and the primordial porcupine were brothers, and Yi Xian didn't intend to deny it. He couldn't lie to himself even if he wanted to. Similarly, he didn't doubt the words of the starry sky porcupine in front of him. Since it was a direct descendant, the starry sky porcupine in front of him would naturally be able to identify the bloodline aura left behind by the primordial porcupine in Yi Xian's body. How many generations of his pig grandsons would this be? There definitely wouldn't be any mistakes. In this way, if the primordial porcupine had to call this guy 108 generations of ancestors, then what about him? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's face instantly darkened, and an impulse to slap this guy to death was born in his heart, although this thought suddenly popped up, but invisibly, a faint cold killing intent burst out from Yi Xian's body in an instant. Although the space porcupine was full of smiles and looked very relaxed, and didn't treat Yi Xian as a threat at all, in fact, this old guy was very shrewd. He had been paying close attention to Yi Xian's reaction. After all, after hearing his words, although Yi Xian directly restrained his cultivation and aura, and even shrunk his body size to about 10 million, that was all. Yi Xian still hadn't confirmed the relationship between the space porcupine and Yi Xian. It was a direct acknowledgement and recognition. Since that was the case, there was still a certain rhythm of variables. It was a matter of life and death, so he had to be careful. Of course, the facts also proved that it was right to be careful for 10,000 years. At this moment, the starry sky porcupine clearly felt a faint killing intent that was faintly emitting from Yi Xian's body. He jumped in fright, and the hair on his back stood on end. Hundreds of thoughts flew through his mind, and he instantly understood what was going on. If this space porcupine with terrifying cultivation really wanted to kill him, the murderous intent emitted from its body at this time would definitely not be so weak. Although this murderous intent was very faint, it was very clear. This showed that the other party actually didn't want to kill him in the bottom of his heart. At least the performance just now could prove this point. Right now, a faint killing intent suddenly sprouted in his eyes. It was clearly because he had said something wrong just now. The space porcupine was also a pig spirit. His brain turned slightly, and he instantly understood where the problem was. An expert of this level obviously cared about face. Suddenly, a good friend who was very close to him, and who was very likely to be on the same level as him, suddenly appeared as a 108th generation ancestor. To him, wasn't it based on the fact that he had a good relationship with him? Was he shorter for nothing? To be precise, he should be shorter by 108 generations. This kind of thing, even if it happened to him, he would probably immediately have the idea of killing. No, killing the porcupine to silence him. Thinking of this, the space porcupine trembled all over. Before Yi Xian made a move, he immediately raised his front hooves and stood up like a person. He said to Yi Xian with a smile on his face, "Of course, senior, no matter what relationship my 108 generation pig grandson has with you, that's between you and him. As for you and me, we feel like old friends at first sight, so we're naturally friends of the same generation. In this way, I'm his senior, and your cultivation is higher than mine. We'll each take a step back and call each other brothers, so we'll be even. No one will lose out, right?" Chapter 44-33. It's good to be friends as equals. If they were on the same level, then he and the 108 generations of the primordial porcupine would be brothers. At that time, when that old fellow came to this world and saw this scene, just thinking about his expression made Yixian feel that everything was worth it. Although 1 blood essence was enough, he wouldn't even exchange it for 10. From the looks of it, not only could this old thing not be killed, he had to be protected like a rare species. After all, there were titled monarchs everywhere. Killing them was the same as killing them. However, the 108 generations of primordial porcupine's ancestors, and the 108 generations of primordial porcupine's ancestors who called him brother, was the only one. Brother Pig, don't worry. From now on we'll be family. Whoever dares to touch you will have to go against this sovereign. Thinking of this, Yixian immediately patted his chest and directly called him Brother Pig. Halfway through his sentence, he paused for a moment before continuing, "You're right, this sovereign is indeed sworn brothers with an ancient porcupine. However, since you've already said so, you're right, this sovereign is indeed sworn brothers with an ancient porcupine. Let's do as you say. In the future, I will be brothers with him, and I will also be brothers with you." When it heard this, the starry sky porcupine instantly confirmed its guess. Its heart relaxed, and the smile on its face became even more brilliant. Mimicking Yixian, he patted his chest and said, "Since we are family, then there is no need to be so courteous. This greedy wolf forbidden zone is no good now, so this pig has decided to follow you. But before I leave, I have some good stuff. We can't let him go." It seemed like this guy was also a two-faced person. In the blink of an eye, he had betrayed them. Not only did he want to leave with Yixian, but before he left, he clearly planned to take Yixian and loot the voracious wolf forbidden zone. Based on his understanding of the voracious wolf forbidden zone, with him leading the way and Yixian working together, it was likely that any good item in the voracious wolf forbidden zone would be swept clean. This was definitely a sign of looting. But Yixian didn't care. In fact, he welcomed it. Immediately, the two of them who called each other brothers gathered together and whispered in each other's ears as they discussed how to deal with the treasures in the voracious wolf forbidden area. After a short while, the two of them reached a consensus and drafted a preliminary plundering plan. Then, they began to take action. Under the guidance of the starry sky porcupine, the two of them directly rushed to the nests of the subblood greedy wolves and found the treasury of the subblood greedy wolves. Although there was a restriction array, it was useless against Yixian. He directly broke it open and looted everything. After that, it was the nest of the demonic void tiger that had already fallen. Finally, it was the nest of the other undying emperors. After spending 2 days, the primordial porcupine brought Yixian and looted all the good things in the greedy wolf forbidden area. On the way, they even killed more than a dozen undying emperors that were hibernating within the ferocious beast star. The ferocious beasts of the voracious wolf forbidden zone saw this. Gradually, the ferocious beasts of the forbidden zones all turned their hatred to the primordial porcupine. Very few of them still hated Yixian. On one hand, they couldn't bear to hate such a powerful fifth-stage knight. On the other hand, compared to Yixian who came to invade, the primordial porcupine who turned around and killed his own people was more shameless. However, the latter didn't have the slightest self-awareness. After bringing Yixian to loot the entire voracious wolf forbidden zone, he turned around and waved his hand with a smile on his face. Then he left with Yixian in an instant. 7 days later, the subblood greedy wolf returned. Looking at the dilapidated and lifeless voracious wolf forbidden zone, he almost suspected that he had come to the wrong place. An extremely shrill and long wolf howl resounded in the void for a long time. At this time, Yixian had already left the voracious wolf star zone with the primordial porcupine and was hundreds of billions of kilometers away. He didn't directly return to the source nest base camp. After all, the primordial porcupine's reliability still needed to be tested. Anyway, Yixian had nothing to do when he returned, so he took him to wander around the boundless primordial void and stopped at a random abandoned star. He stopped. "I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. You stay outside and protect me or something." Yixian glanced at the primordial porcupine and didn't say much to him. He turned around and entered the core of the star, waving his hand to summon the Shenong cauldron. Then, with a leap, he went directly to the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog, and sat down cross-legged. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a large number of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out. What he summoned with a wave of his hand were clearly all kinds of top-grade cultivation resources, including the peak 8-colored divine medicine, the all-evil source liquid, and other rare top-grade precious materials and medicines. At the same time, there was also a large piece of quasi-desolation almighty primordial life. The spirit's precious blood and flesh were roasted into a golden color by the Shenong 8-colored flame. He was clearly planning to cultivate in seclusion immediately and try to break through. It was because Xian had gone through so many battles before that he had completely refined the true essence in his body from the last breakthrough. There were faint signs of a breakthrough, so he struck while the iron was hot. Soon, the power of the Shenong cauldron in his body was fully activated. All the cultivation resources in front of him were crushed by the power of the cauldron's field. In the blink of an eye, they turned into small round beads and were swallowed into his stomach. Then, they turned into a warm current that flowed down his throat and rushed to the limbs and bones of his physical body. Walala, boom! The moment the warm current spread, the sound of chains rattling could be heard. From this moment on, Xian's body seemed to be turned upside down. The loud rattling sound of chains did not stop for even a second. The scorching energy that had just formed flowed along the meridians of his body, constantly shaking the new shackles that had appeared. He had completely forgotten the existence of time. He focused his mind and concentrated on following the ancient cave void tactics. His divine sense carried the surging and majestic river of energy in his body as it circulated through his meridians and began to circulate the great heavenly cycle again and again. After an unknown amount of time, when the energy river was completely refined and disappeared into Xian's meridians, the true essence in his body was clearly stronger than before. Without any hesitation, Xian immediately pushed his divine sense to the extreme and immediately launched a new round of attacks. Clang! A loud sound of metal colliding rang out, and the shackles that had appeared in his body broke. Almost in the next instant, the familiar sound of the system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the Dongshu Ancient Incantation. Current realm, 6th Order Emperor Realm. Ding! Congratulations to host for breaking through the Dongshu Ancient Incantation. Current realm, 6th Order Emperor Realm. 6th Order Emperor Realm. Chapter 4434. 6th level titled Emperor? If that's the case, the moment I unleash the 8th form of the 9 demonic ape transformations bloodline ability, my combat power will instantly soar to 6th level Universe Knight. Opening his eyes, Xian's eyes gleamed as he subconsciously clenched his fists. Just one more step and I'll be able to step into the late-stage Universe Knight realm. And if I include the 6 million miles huge body under the 8th form, I can even fight against a true late-stage Universe Knight. I can even guarantee that I won't be defeated by an 8th level Universe Knight. As long as I don't meet a 9th level Universe Knight, I'll be invincible. Fear. I'm already at the 6th level now. After 3 more breakthroughs, I'll need a level 25 treasure pill. Luckily, I've gathered all the materials, so I can start refining at any time. Since that's the case, it's better to be early. But I'll start refining. After saying that, Xian didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, all the materials and resources required for the level 25 treasure pill recipe were taken out by him. Xiao. Xiao. These secondary sources all shot out and floated in front of Xian. Among them, there were 9 pieces of titled Emperor Blood Essence and various top-notch resources. This time, he was more than 80% confident that he could refine 4 level 25 treasured pills at once. Even the probability of 5 treasured pills appearing was more than 70%. As for 6, the probability was much lower, only about 50%. Out of caution, Xian analyzed the level 25 treasure pill recipe that he had already deduced and gone through it twice. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he waved his hand and prepared all the resources and top-notch materials required for the recipe. Then he closed his eyes. Inside the Xianxia cauldron, the plains at the bottom of the central region volcano. Xiao xiao xiao. The faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out continuously. Rays of light shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the central region volcano. They appeared directly above the fiery pond at the bottom of the volcano and suddenly stopped. They were all the top-grade materials and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared for the refinement of the grade 25 supreme pill. In the next moment, below all the resources, in the pool of flames at the bottom of the volcano in the central region, a majestic Xianxia 8-colored flame whistled up. In an instant, it condensed into an 8-colored cauldron that was about 3 meters in radius. It was small and simple, and it emitted an extraordinary aura. As this small cauldron made of pure Xianxia 8-colored flames took shape, the blood essence and other materials that had been prepared beforehand all flew up automatically and entered this small cauldron of flames that was only a few feet wide. Just one level 25 pill was enough to make a level 9 Pinnacle Immortal Emperor become a level 9 Pinnacle Immortal Emperor in an instant. Such a resource was absolutely precious to the various races and top powers in the 3 main space planes. It was an existence that no one dared to even think about. Just a level 20 elixir that could make an undying old monster and a level 23 elixir that could make an undying emperor was enough to make them go crazy, not to mention a level 25 supreme pill that could make an undying emperor. Among the top-grade materials prepared for the refinement of the level 25 supreme pill, just the blood essence of the 9 undying fierce beasts was something that was extremely difficult to obtain in the 3 main space planes. Hence, Yi Xian was especially solemn this time. Concentrating, he carefully controlled everything. He made a series of alchemy seals in his hand, turning them into mysterious runes that floated from the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron and fell into the energy cauldron at the bottom of the volcano in the central domain. Time passed slowly, and 3 days passed unknowingly. Suddenly, above the fiery pond at the bottom of the central region volcano, a huge roar resounded. The cauldron made of pure Xianxia 8-colored flames instantly dispersed. A river-like 8-colored flame whizzed back to the fiery pond below. What was left above the pond were 6 infant fist-sized round beads. Although they were the same size as the vicious beast blood essence from before, they were completely different. The blood essence was blood-red in color and exuded a dense blood-chi energy. As for these 6 beads, although they were also the size of nascent soul fists, they shone with 8 colors. On the surface, there was a dreamy halo that gave off an ancient and heavy aura. This was a level 25 supreme pill. Just one of them was enough to allow an Emperor level 9 Pinnacle Undying to break through and become a Universe Knight. It was a level 25 treasure that could allow an Emperor level 9 Pinnacle Undying to break through and become a Universe Knight. There are actually 6 of them? As the pills were being refined, Yi Xian's voice came from the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron above the central region volcano, revealing a strong sense of surprise. According to his previous calculations, the probability of 6 level 25 pills being refined was only 50%. He didn't expect his luck to be so good that he actually encountered it. Xiao. With a flash of his body, Yi Xian shot out of the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He waved his hand and put the cauldron into his body. As for the 6 level 25 pills that had just been successfully refined, they were all stored in jade bottles and stored properly. With the successful refinement of the level 25 supreme pill, Yi Xian instantly felt the pressure in his heart lighten. However, as soon as he thought about the level 26 pill, he immediately felt a headache coming on. A level 26 supreme pill could allow an undying emperor to break through to the universe master level instantly after swallowing it. Although Yi Xian was still 3 small stages away from breaking through to the universe sovereign realm, after breaking through to the universe sovereign realm, there were a total of 9 small stages. In this way, after breaking through to the universe sovereign realm, he would need to use a level 26 treasure. If it had been someone else, breaking through 12 levels might not have been urgent at all. It would have taken a long time. However, to Yi Xian, this was indeed a very difficult matter to predict. If he broke through 2 levels consecutively a few more times, the need for a level 26 pill would instantly become urgent. Hence, while there was still plenty of time, he had to make early plans. Otherwise, when the fire was burning his eyebrows and he was anxious, he might not be able to make it in time. However, in reality, even now, being anxious was not something that could be done. He still didn't have the perfect formula for a level 26 pill. The devouring system in his body was doing its best to deduce it. Other than the formula, the most important raw material for refining a level 26 pill was the blood essence of a knight. This was a resource that could only be obtained by killing a universe knight. Right now, although Yi Xian already had a piece of blood essence of a knight, in reality, even this piece of blood essence of a knight was obtained by accident. It could be said that it was the result of a stroke of luck. Even with this piece of blood essence, he still needed 4 more. Just this matter alone was enough to give him a headache. Chapter 44-35. Brother Violent Ape, why are you so depressed? The moment he rushed out of the core of the abandoned star, he saw Space Porcupine. He was all smiles, with a big belly, and acted like a big brother. He patted Yi Xian on the shoulder and said, "If you have any problems, tell me, and I promise to help you solve them." Hearing this, it was as if no one dared to call themselves the boss in this primordial void. This character was simply carved from the same mold as the primordial porcupine, and it was even more severe. Yi Xian was drunk from the sight of it and rolled his eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian's body had already shrunk to a height of 30 meters. In other words, he had activated the Devil Ape bloodline within his body, but he hadn't activated the Devil Ape 9 transformation's bloodline ability. In this state, his cultivation base was at the 7th level of the Emperor Immortal Realm. At the same time, the Starry Sky Porcupine had shrunk in size. Like Yi Xian, it was 30 meters tall. However, its cultivation didn't change. It was still at the 6th order of the Immortal Emperor Realm. It was slightly weaker than Yi Xian. Go away. You speak as if you are invincible. Rolling his eyes, Yi Xian continued in annoyance. If this sovereign wants to kill a universe knight, do you have a way? Universe knights? The Starry Sky Porcupine was shocked and gasped. Then it fell into deep thought. After a while, he said, "Brother Violent Ape, your behavior is a bit strange. Before, you were targeting Emperor-level Undyings, and now you want to kill Universe Knights? Don't tell me you are doing this just for the thrill. Hee, old pig, I guess you have a special purpose? But do you have any benefits? If there are benefits, I can't take them all for myself. Although Old Pig didn't contribute previously, it's hard to say what will happen later. Even if you are killing Universe Knights, Old Pig may not be able to help, but I can give you advice and guide you to your target. That won't be a problem. Yes, I am very familiar with all the forbidden areas around the Milky Way star field." What he said made sense. Yi Xian didn't know what to say. Although he had hunted a forbidden land beast and searched its soul before, so he knew a little about the most powerful forbidden lands around the Milky Way star field, but it was only a few nearby. After all, the forbidden land beast he searched was very strong. It was limited. However, the space porcupine was different. He was a level 6 titled Immortal Realm existence, and he had been following a 5-star knight for a long time. Under his influence, he had a certain understanding of all the forbidden areas around the Milky Way star area. Obviously, it was a done deal. With such a know-it-all, it would be much more convenient for Yi Xian to carry out his subsequent actions. Perhaps this old pig spirit really had a way to guide him to his target, so he could hunt down the universe knights one by one. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian was tempted. However, if Huang Xiaolong wanted this old pig spirit to work for him without any worries, it was impossible to do so without some enticement. After all, this old pig spirit was already a 6th-order emperor. He wouldn't be interested in ordinary things. What's more, the rewards from this trip to the voracious wolf forbidden land were divided 30-70 with Yi Xian. Yi Xian got 70% and the old pig got 30%. It could be said that he had obtained a lot of top-level cultivation resources from this trip. Hence, if he wanted to tempt him and make him anxious like a monkey, Yi Xian had to be ruthless. He had to take out something that he definitely needed, but he definitely didn't have, and he definitely couldn't get it. Without a doubt, there was only one choice, and that was level 25 night level pills. Anyway, he had a total of 6 pills. If he gave him one, he would have 5 more. Besides, he could make more in the future, so there was nothing to feel bad about. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was immediately certain. The corner of his mouth curled into an extremely playful and mysterious smile. He tilted his head and glanced at the starry sky porcupine, then said in a strange tone, "Yo, you're even putting on airs? It's a pity that I've never been threatened by anyone. Forget it. Anyway, I've just refined the level 25 night treasure pill, and I'm not in a hurry to refine the level 26 treasure pill that's used to break through to become a universe master. If I encounter them in the future, I'll just hunt them slowly. Isn't it just 5 night level blood essences and 1 level 26 night level pill? I already have one now. I only need 4 more. It's not a lot. Xiao." After saying that, Yi Xian flipped his hand, and an exquisite jade bottle appeared in his palm. After uncorking the bottle, he poured out the level 25 night level pill that he had made previously. It emitted a strong aura of a knight. See? This pill is obviously freshly made. It's extremely fresh, and what a strong aura of a knight. On the side, the space porcupine stared blankly as he took in a cold breath. His expression changed as he exclaimed, "Brother Violent Ape, you were hunting emperors before to collect the blood essence to make this level 25 night pill? Night level pill? Can it really help an emperor level being breakthrough to the universe night level?" "Of course." Yi Xian rolled his eyes and changed the topic. The space porcupine's face was filled with disappointment. He changed the topic and said, "Normal emperors won't have any after swallowing it. However, after a level 9 emperor swallows it, he will break through to the next level within 3 days. Within that time, I will definitely break through to Universe Night. Damn. This is an immortal pill, a godly pill." Hearing the latter half of the sentence, the fat on the space porcupine's face trembled. His hands trembled. From the looks of it, he was about to attack Yi Xian and snatch the pill. He probably knew he couldn't beat Yi Xian at the crucial moment. Otherwise, he might not have been able to suppress this impulse. Taking a deep breath, he asked again, "Brother Raging Ape, you killed quite a few emperors in the Greedy Wolf Starfield. This time, how many level 25 night level pills did you make?" 3. However, you don't have to think about it. Although I don't have any use for these things, they are all for my friends. Speaking to this point, Yi Xian waved his hand and turned to leave. "All right, go wherever you want. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. I still have to think of a way to kill Universe Knights and collect their blood essences to make the second level pill that will help me break through to the Universe Master level. As for the level 16 pill, damn, isn't it just killing Universe Knights? Is there a need to think of a way?" Hearing that Yi Xian wanted to chase him away, the starry sky porcupine became anxious on the spot. He puffed out his chest, raised his hand, and patted his chest. With a righteous expression, he said, "We are sworn brothers. Your business is my business. Don't worry, hunt and kill." Chapter 44-36. Black Flame Forbidden Area? What's that? Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. With a flash of light in his eyes, he asked directly, "This forbidden area is named after Black Flame. Is it related to some kind of strange flame?" It was no wonder that he was so sensitive. After all, the Shenong heavenly flame in the Shenong cauldron had already evolved to the 8th level. If he could obtain another top-grade heavenly flame of heaven and earth, the current Shenong 8-colored flames would evolve again and become Shenong 9-color flame. Once it reached the level of 9-color flame, the Shenong strange flame would evolve to its peak state. At that time, its power would be greatly increased. If Yi Xian's power was further improved to the level of a Universe Knight in his normal state, it would be very possible for him to activate the complete power of the Shenong Cauldron. And all of this, getting another top-tier strange flame was the key. Of course, he was very concerned about it. There is indeed a strange flame in the Black Flame Forbidden Area. Space Porcupine was stunned for a while, then nodded and continued, "But I don't know what that strange flame is. After all, I've never been there. I've only heard about it. However, this kind of strange flame should be extraordinary, because it is said that the universe knight one-legged crow venerable in the Black Flame Forbidden Land was born from this strange flame." Space Porcupine paused for a moment, and a look of fascination appeared on his face. Then he continued, "Among the many different levels of forbidden lands and remnant star fields around the Milky Way star field, even the weakest beginner forbidden land is not that strong. There will be at least 2 universe knights there." Luo Feng muttered. "Of course, there are also forbidden areas with only 1 universe knight guarding it. Because of various reasons, even if there is only 1 universe knight, they can still stand firm and not be afraid of the invasion of other forbidden areas. However, no matter what the reason is, there is no doubt that these forbidden lands only have 1 universe knight in charge, but they are still standing firm. The universe knight in charge of these forbidden lands has a strong cultivation level. Their strength is basically at the late stage of this realm. At most, there are 3 or 4 exceptions, and there are more special reasons. The Black Flame Forbidden Land is one of the 4 exceptions. There is only 1 universe knight in the Black Flame Forbidden Land, and that is the one-legged crow venerable. Besides, this one-legged crow venerable is only a level 3 universe knight now, and he is only a level 3 universe knight. A 3rd rank venerable was able to protect such a huge elementary ultimate forbidden area for so many years. The reason for that is because of this heavenly flame. It's said that the heavenly flame has shrouded an entire star. That star is the birthplace of the one-legged crow supreme, and it's also its current nest. Normally, the one-legged crow supreme hides in this star that's shrouded by the heavenly flame. Inside. Because of this heavenly flame, the one-legged crow supreme's battle power is comparable to that of a late-stage universe knight. Not to mention the other elementary ultimate forbidden lands, it's completely enough to guard the Black Flame Forbidden Land. Even if 2 universe knights of the middle stage or even 2 universe knights of the late stage come together, the one-legged crow venerable hiding in the star nest can still resist them easily with the help of the sky and earth flame. This is also the reason why the Black Flame Forbidden Land has only 1 universe knight, and he's only at level 3 of this realm, but he can still stand firm for so many years. The life form born from this sky and earth flame can actually grow to become a universe knight? Said Luo Feng. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he became more confident. He nodded and said, "If that's the case, this heavenly flame must be of an extraordinary level. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a top-tier heavenly flame." "Brother Raging Ape, you mean?" Seeing that Yi Xian seemed to be interested and seemed to be very interested, the starry sky porcupine immediately grinned. He stood up on his hind legs and raised his right hoof to beat his chest like a drum. He continued confidently, "Brother Bao Yuan, with your cultivation base, strength, and means, there's no doubt that you'll be able to kill this one-legged crow supreme crow and take away that top-grade heavenly flame. Except for this one-legged crow supreme, I'm familiar with all the other ultimate forbidden lands around the Milky Way star field. Forget about those intermediate ultimate forbidden lands that are guarded by universe masters, as we don't have the power to covet them yet. But if it's just an elementary ultimate forbidden lands, it's not a problem at all. As long as you're interested, Brother Raging Ape, I can take you around the other elementary ultimate forbidden lands that are guarded by only 1 universe knight. Although I can't guarantee that I'll be able to collect 10 drops of the blood essence of a universe knight, I can take you around 6 or 7 drops. No problem at all. If that's the case, in the end, we can just take the risk of conquering 1 or 2 primary level forbidden areas with 2 universe knights guarding them. The venerable blood essence needed to refine the level 26 treasure pellet that you mentioned should be able to gather enough." As he spoke to hear, the saliva on the corner of the space porcupine's mouth was about to drip out as he stared at Yi Xian with shining eyes. "Brother Violent Ape, that's an existence that can allow a universe knight to successfully break through to the level of a universe master after swallowing a 9th step pinnacle. It's a level 26 treasure pill. Except for Brother Raging Ape, I've never heard of any other place that has it. Since I've put in so much effort, can you?" Hee. Since Brother Raging Ape only needs 1 treasure pill, You can reward me with one if you collect enough materials for 2 treasures pills. You're eyeing the level 26 treasure pill? Actually, Yi Xian had already guessed what Space Porcupine was planning. Hearing him say it, he rolled his eyes. You're only a level 6 Emperor Undying, right? Swallowing a level 25 treasure pill that can help you break through to Universe Night? The time isn't even right yet. Do you have any doubts? Space Porcupine panicked when he heard that Yi Xian didn't seem to care about it at all. I'm already a level 6 Emperor Undying, isn't it just a level 3 breakthrough? If I grit my teeth, I'll be able to surpass him in no time. Brother Raging Ape, we're relatives. I'm not scolding you, I said the wrong thing. What Space Porcupine means is that I'm related to your good brother, and I'm also his 108th generation ancestor. Isn't it said that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys moonlight first? Brother Raging Ape, you have quite a few level 25 treasure pills that can help you break through to Universe Night. Why don't you lend me one first? Chapter 44-37. After a series of pretentious bargaining, Yi Xian finally nodded his head and agreed to give the Space Porcupine a level 25 treasure pellet to break through to the Universe Night realm once its strength reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Undying Emperor realm. Of course, there were requirements. For this treasure pill, Space Porcupine had to do his best to be Yi Xian's informant and guide pig. In short, the two of them formed a hunting team and prepared to deal with the beginner forbidden lands around Ring River Star Field. Underground Blackhand. After the discussion, the two of them hurried on. Although Black Flame Forbidden Land wasn't so far away, it wasn't on the opposite side of Milky Way Star Field. It was on the right side of Milky Way Star Field, close to 1 trillion miles away. For such a long distance, Yi Xian would need a month to travel with the Starry Sky Porcupine. Even if he didn't sleep or rest, he would still need to travel at full speed. Of course, he could also put Space Porcupine into Shenong Cauldron and enter the 8th transformation of Demon Ape, using his Universe Night level power to travel. That would be much faster. However, there were many drawbacks to doing so. On one hand, Yi Xian didn't dare to completely trust Space Porcupine, and he was an Emperor-level great being with extraordinary means. If he put Space Porcupine into Shenong Cauldron and destroyed the treasures in the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano, it would be a disaster. On the other hand, it was because this place was extremely close to the edge of the various forbidden areas around the Milky Way star region. Under the 8th transformation, Yi Xian's size exceeded that of a giant star. In addition to his speed, his movements were too loud. Under such eye-catching circumstances, he was heading in the same direction. Obviously, it would be disadvantageous for secret hunting. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, Yi Xian decided to obediently hurry along. Although a month wasn't a short time, it wasn't a long time. Along the way, Yi Xian had a general understanding of the situation in Black Flame Forbidden Land through Space Porcupine. As a beginner Forbidden Land, Black Flame Forbidden Land had one less Universe Night than Greedy Wolf Forbidden Land, and the only Universe Night there was a nest of a giant star filled with top-tier heaven and earth flames. Everything there was about the same. In Black Flame Forbidden Land, there were a total of 10 Undying Emperors. Yi Xian didn't plan to let these Undying Emperors go, so he listed them as his secondary targets. Of course, everything was still to kill the one-legged crow senior. After a month of rushing, Yi Xian and Space Porcupine finally arrived at the edge of Black Flame Forbidden Land. Without any hesitation, the two of them charged into the Black Flame Forbidden area one after another. In any case, there was only one universe sovereign here, and Yi Xian was here for him. Sooner or later, there would be a battle, so there was no need to hide. Instead of stalling for time, it was better to charge in and start the battle immediately. As for the Starry Sky Porcupine, its cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the Immortal Emperor realm. Moreover, it was only a step away from breaking through to the 7th level of this realm. It could be said to be extremely powerful, so Yi Xian didn't need to worry about his safety at all. Hence, Yi Xian didn't plan to put Space Porcupine away. After all, although there were 10 Undying Emperors in this beginner Forbidden Land, none of them had reached the advanced level of Emperor level. The strongest one was only at the level of Space Porcupine. Like a pig, he was only at the 6th level of Emperor level. This old pig wasn't afraid at all. As a matter of fact, not only was he not afraid, but he was also a little pretentious. After all, it was a rare opportunity to follow a universe knight into a beginner's starry sky forbidden land and start a massacre. Of course, he would not miss this opportunity so easily. After rushing into Black Flame Forbidden Land, Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He raised his head and roared, 9 changes of Demon Ape. 8th change. As his voice fell, a huge explosion rang out. His body instantly expanded, and his speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. The power in his body surged like a roaring river. His limbs and bones surged with boundless ferocity, and a terrifying aura that was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end gushed out. His body, which was originally only 30 meters tall, expanded at an extremely fast speed that made one's hair stand on end. Within 3 breaths, he had reached a height of 1 billion meters, which was equivalent to 6 million miles. This was definitely comparable to a true giant star, or even more so. Moreover, at the same time that his body expanded, the cultivation aura emanating from Xian's body also rose at the same speed. In 3 breaths of time, he'd gone from the 7th level of the Emperor Immortal Realm to the 6th level of the Universe Sovereign Realm. Level 6 was a pinnacle mid-level Universe Knight, which was 3 small levels higher than One-Legged Crow Venerable, who was only at level 3 Universe Knight level. Xian was confident that he could kill his opponent even if his opponent had the Sky and Earth Strange Flame. After all, Xian had extraordinary means to deal with such a Sky and Earth Strange Flame. He had the Shin Nong Cauldron, and the Shin Nong Strange Flame in the cauldron had evolved into an 8-colored flame. He could easily devour a single-colored Sky and Earth Strange Flame. After devouring the Sky and Earth Strange Flame in Black Flame Forbidden Land, the Crow Knight wouldn't be able to survive for long. Howl! Lee! As Xian's furious roar rang out, the boundless Black Flame Forbidden area that enveloped the entire area instantly alarmed the countless space beasts within the forbidden area. Countless ferocious beasts rushed out from the ferocious beasts' planets, carrying monstrous anger. Despite that, as soon as they rushed out of the atmosphere, they immediately felt the terrifying pressure of a venerable one that filled the void. In an instant, the earth-shattering roars and howls came to an abrupt halt. The figures of the beasts that had just rushed out from the beastly stars retreated at a speed faster than when they had rushed out. Otherwise, they would just lie down in the void, trembling in fear. "Oh, little ones, your master pig is coming." Seeing this scene, the entire vast and boundless elementary supreme forbidden area trembled. The starry sky porcupine immediately stood up on its hind legs, and it raised its head and let out a long howl with its extremely dark belly. Boundless pride was displayed without a doubt. Xian rolled his eyes and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this fellow. With a flash of his body, Pang Da's terrifying figure, which was 6 million kilometers long, instantly moved at a speed that caused one's hair to stand on end. It was as if a meteor was moving at an extremely fast speed. He shot toward the center of the Black Flame Forbidden Land. The speed of a Universe Knight at the pinnacle of the middle stage was naturally terrifying. Although the Black Flame Forbidden Land was vast, it couldn't withstand Xian's terrifying speed. Soon, a gigantic star appeared in front of him. It was almost the same size as him, with a diameter of nearly 6 million miles. Chapter 4438. Just as Xian was about to cry out in alarm, a familiar system notification sounded out in his mind at the same time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the world-destroying Black Flame. Grade: Top-tier Heaven and Earth Mysterious Flame. Quality: Flame Mother level. Do you want to collect it immediately? As the system notification sounded, the data bank of the engulfing system in Xian's body was updated immediately, adding all kinds of attribute data related to the world-destroying Black Flame. Xian had only heard of this top-tier Heaven and Earth Mysterious Flame before, but he had never seen it before. At this moment, he immediately pulled out all kinds of attribute data related to the world-destroying Black Flame from the data bank of the engulfing system in his body and browsed through it quickly. World-destroying Black Flame. Just by hearing this name, one could tell how overbearing this top-tier heaven and earth mysterious flame was. Compared to the undying void flame, its aggressiveness was stronger, and its power was incomparably violent. It was the most brutal and destructive type of top-tier heaven and earth mysterious flame. What was even rarer was that this rare world-destroying black flame was actually the same as the undying void flame that Yixian had just swallowed. Within it, there was a mother flame. As a top-tier heaven and earth mysterious flame, there was almost no doubt that there was a mother flame within it. As long as Yixian swallowed it with the Shenong 8-color flame, then the original 8-color Shenong strange flame was destined to be complete again. One round of transformation and evolution, and then it would step into the 9-color change level. To Yixian, this was definitely a huge surprise. Not long ago, he had just swallowed an undying void flame, which allowed the Shenong strange flame in the Shenong cauldron to transform and evolve to the 8-color flame level. He originally thought that the next opportunity would come, and it might take a longer time. It might even take forever, unless he bumped into a great stroke of luck and the opportunity came. Who would have thought that this day would become a reality so soon? Today was really the day of the opportunity, and he definitely bumped into a great stroke of luck. With this thought, Yixian did not hesitate anymore and was about to act impulsively. He did not care about anything else. He would first swallow this rare world-destroying black flame. This terrifying, overbearing, and brutal world-destroying black flame might be an extremely troublesome problem for other great beings in the starry sky. Even universe knights would not be able to avoid it if they encountered it. However, this was not the case at all for Yixian. There was such a problem. Even if the world-exterminating black flame wasn't without an owner, and there was a powerful being at the 3rd level of the universe knight within it who could make it even more powerful if he wanted to control it. However, before the might of the Shenong 8-colored flame, all of this was nothing more than fleeting clouds. Yixian was certain that as long as he made a move and summoned the 8-colored flame bridge formed by the 8-colored flames, it would only take him a short amount of time to completely devour the enormous black flames of destruction that was as large as a giant star. At most, it would only take a short period of time. Screech! Just as he was about to take action and summon an 8-colored flame bridge formed purely from the Shenong 8-colored flames to fly across the sky and completely devour the world-destroying black flames, a shocking roar suddenly rang out from within the rolling black flames of the star. Yixian's eyes flashed, and his right hand, which was about to wave, suddenly stopped. However, there was a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He was worried that the one-legged crow venerable would not come out. Therefore, under his secret control, the world-destroying black flame, which was as huge as a giant star, would eventually be devoured by the one-legged crow venerable, but it would take some time. However, it would definitely take longer. It would be best if he could get rid of this one-legged crow venerable before it devoured the world-extinguishing black flame. In the void, a black flame that was 10,000 miles long rushed out from within the giant planet. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a gigantic black ferocious bird with a single horn, black feathers, and ferocious eyes. It was a one-legged black crow. As for the aura emitted from its body, it was at the 3rd level of the universe night. This was consistent with the information that Star Porcupine had received. Bao Yuan, why did you invade my black flame forbidden land? After this one-legged black crow that was tens of thousands of kilometers in size charged out from the blazing black flames, it didn't shoot towards Yixian. Instead, it stood on top of the black flame star, its eyes sparkling with strands of light, and the sound of its divine sense was accompanied by a powerful force. The pressure of a night rush toward Yixian. Its voice was cold. It clearly sensed the aura of Yixian's 6th-level knight, but it did not feel panicked at all. It seemed that it had a well-thought-out plan and was extremely confident. The source of its confidence was obviously the giant flame star that was formed by countless world-extinguishing black flames under its feet. Inside this flame star, there was a wisp of the mother flame of the world-extinguishing black flames, which could multiply endlessly. As long as this one-legged black crow was not too far away from it, it would have an endless supply of energy. Although it was only a 3rd-level knight, even on the surface, it could guarantee that it would not be defeated by a 7th-level knight at the later stage. Although it could not kill the other party, it could make the other party helpless against it. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be so calm when facing the 6th-level Night Realm Yixian. Yixian was well aware of all of this, but he was too lazy to care about it. With a flash of light in his eyes, he waved his hand and directly pulled out an 8-colored flame bridge that was 10,000 miles long from the 8-colored flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the Shenong Dingyang domain. Xiao, a sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. As Yi Xian waved his hand again, the 8-colored flame bridge that was like a river in the starry sky instantly shot out. One end was connected to Yi Xian's feet, while the other end was already on the other side of the black flame star in front of him. It was directly placed on top of it. Hoo, rumble! The whistling sound of the storm and the rumbling sound of thunder sounded in an instant. The aggressiveness of this kind of world-ending black flame was far beyond that of the undying void flame. At this moment, it felt that there was a foreign object approaching, and it had even touched the surface of the black flame star. In an instant, a massive amount of world-ending black flame rushed over and pounced on the 8-colored flame bridge. Facing all of this, Yi Xian sneered. His figure was like a giant star, hanging in the void. He did not make a move. Instead, he watched everything coldly because he could not kill the one-legged crow venerable who had an endless supply of energy now. The only way was to wait until the world-ending black flame that formed a giant star was completely devoured. At that time, he could easily kill it. The raging black flame roared like a raging river, pouncing on the 8-colored flame bridge, but it was all like a clay ox entering the sea. It had no effect at all. It crossed the void, and the 8-colored flame bridge that was placed on the surface of the black flame star did not even have the slightest ripple. It did not even lift. What kind of flame is this? Screech. Chapter 44:39. Whoosh, rumble. The roaring of the storm and the rumbling of thunder resounded incessantly. As the 8-color flame bridge shot out, it crossed the void and propped itself on the surface of the black flame star. The effect was like a string of water droplets dripping into a pot of boiling oil in an instant. The movement was too big. The overwhelming black flames of destruction rolled over, carrying a violent aura that could destroy the world, and rushed toward the 8-color flame bridge. However, the time it took for half an incense stick to burn passed. During this process, the endless black flames never stopped attacking the 8-colored flame bridge. The 10,000-mile flame bridge in the void didn't seem to have changed at all from the beginning to the end. However, the situation in the Shenong flame pool at the center of the plain at the bottom of the volcano was completely different. When the first black flames of destruction were sent into the flame pool, the originally calm flame bridge immediately surged with turbulent waves. Endless 8-color flames rose and almost filled the entire vast plain at the bottom of the volcano. These Shenong exotic flames originally only had 8 colors. However, as more and more black flames of destruction were sent into the flame pool through the 8-color flame bridge, a pure black color clearly appeared among the original 8 colors of the Shenong exotic flames. However, this pure black color was still extremely unstable. Sometimes it would appear, sometimes it would disappear, like an ethereal phantom that flickered within the 8 colors. Regarding all of this, Yi Xian's divine sense had always been closely watching the changes in the Shenong flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. Now, when he saw a large amount of black flames of destruction being swallowed by the flame bridge begin to be sent into the flame pool again, among the original 8 colors in the flame pool, the flickering, illusory transparent color finally began to gradually solidify. Only then did he heave a long sigh of relief. His heart, which had been in his throat all this time, was quietly relieved at this moment. As expected of the black flames of destruction, the effect is quite extraordinary. In just 15 minutes, it actually made a new pure black color appear among the 8-color flames of Shenong. However, evolving from the 8-color flames to the 9-color flames is incomparable to any previous evolution. Obviously, it will be more difficult. Boom! Rumble! Just as Yi Xian was muttering to himself, a huge roar suddenly came from the black flame star in front of him. Yi Xian turned his head to look, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Apparently, It was the one-legged crow supreme who had retreated into the black flame star and was controlling the black flame of destruction. Now, under his control, in the area where the other end of the 8-colored flame bridge was in contact with the black flame star, the originally ferocious black flames were instantly reduced by half. It was clear that under the control of the one-legged black crow, it had moved to another area. This guy had already realized that something was wrong. He realized that the 8-colored flame bridge was devouring his world-destroying black flames. That was why he did such a thing in order to escape today's calamity. What a pity. It's already too late for you to realize that something is amiss. With a cold snort, Xian no longer hesitated. With a thought, he waved his hand. If the other party controlled the rolling black flames on the star, then he would change the landing point of the 8-colored flame bridge. Swoosh, a sharp sound broke through the air. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000-foot-wide, 10,000-mile-long 8-colored flame bridge was suspended in the void in front of him. As it whizzed past, it changed its position in an instant. Almost in the next moment, all the world-destroying black flames within a 1,000,000-mile radius, after sensing the aura of the 8-colored flame bridge, rushed toward it like moths to a flame. There were too many of them, and they came from all directions. Such a scene revealed endless madness. Within a 1,000,000-mile radius, all the world-destroying black flames in the void, regardless of size, quality, or size, did not stop after sensing the aura of the invaders. All of them carried the aura of destruction, rumbling. In the blink of an eye, they all rushed into the 8-colored flame bridge one after another, causing earth-shattering explosions, roaring endlessly like a tide. This time, in less than half an incense stick of time, all the world-destroying black flames that came into contact with the 8-colored flame bridge, without exception, were mercilessly swallowed by the flame bridge. Moreover, these huge amounts of world-destroying black flames that roared, rushed into the 8-colored flame bridge, and then disappeared, after entering the flame bridge, were directly sent to the center of the plain at the bottom of the volcano by the powerful domain of the Shenong Cauldron. Flame Pool. At the same time, in the Shenong Flame Pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano in the inner space of the Shenong Cauldron, endless stormy waves rose, and the overwhelming 8-colored flames continued to rise, filling the entire vast plain at the bottom of the volcano. Originally, there were only 8 colors of the Shenong Flame Pool. Within the strange flames, that additional, almost pure black color had been extremely unstable before. Sometimes it appeared, sometimes it disappeared, like an ethereal phantom flickering in the 8 colors. But now, it was becoming more and more solid. Gradually, it no longer flickered and disappeared, as if it was fusing with the Shenong 8-colored flame. It was just that it was still relatively weak at the moment, and compared to the other 8 colors of the Shenong strange flame, it was extremely inconspicuous. Whoosh! Another sharp sound of breaking through the air sounded out. Under Yi Xian's command, it whistled through the air like a rainbow. The 8-colored flame bridge that shot out instantly charged in another direction, hovering on the other side of the black flame star. The same scene immediately played out again, and the loud rumbling sound that had just stopped surged again like a tide. All the world-destroying black flames in this area completely fell into a frenzy in just a quarter of a column of time. The 8-colored flame bridge was like a whale sucking in water, and all the world-destroying black flames within 1,000,000 miles had been completely devoured in a short period of time. Similar scenes continued to play out. The one-legged crow venerable was burning with anxiety. As if it was escaping, it controlled the world-destroying black flames to avoid the 8-colored flame bridge. Yi Xian also changed the landing point of the 8-colored flame bridge on the black flame star again and again, constantly devouring a huge amount of world-destroying black flames. All of this lasted for half a day. Finally, the giant star with rolling black flames in the void in front of them disappeared, and not a single world-destroying black flame was left. It had been completely devoured, at this time, in the plains at the bottom of the volcano in the central region inside the Shenong Cauldron. The Shenong 8-colored flame that was rising in the Shenong Flame Pool had just completed this transformation. The pure black color had completely stabilized and flourished, and there was no difference between it and the other 8 colors. At this moment, the Shenong 8-colored flame had finally evolved into the Shenong Nine-Colored Flame. Chapter 4440. After swallowing the world-destroying black flame, which was so huge that it had condensed into a giant star, along with the black flame mother flame that was hibernating within it, within Yi Xian's body, within the Shenong Cauldron region volcano plain, within the Shenong flame pool that was steaming with endless colorful flames, all of the Shenong 8-colored flames finally transformed and evolved once again, from the 8-colored flames to the 9-colored flames. The 9-colored flames were already the highest level of the Shenong strange flames within the cauldron. Once it reached the level of the 9-colored flames, the transformation of the Shenong strange flames was considered to have entered the peak state, and its power would definitely increase greatly. Right now, the 9-colored flames were already formed. If Yi Xian's power level improved further, reaching the level of a universe knight in his normal state, then, even if he fully activated the power of the Shenong Cauldron, it was highly possible that, even though his power level in his normal state was still hovering around the Emperor level, as the Shenong strange flames evolved from the 8-colored flames to the 9-colored flames. When Yi Xian controlled the Shenong Cauldron again, its power would increase greatly. As for controlling the Shenong 9-colored flames, whether it was used to fight with the enemy, to refine the blood and flesh medicine, to refine the various level of pills, or simply to roast meat, the effect and power would be far greater than before. Although it had only transformed once and advanced by one level, the difference between the 8-colored flames and the 9-colored flames was the difference between imperfect and perfect. In terms of power level, it was absolutely the difference between heaven and earth, like the difference between heaven and earth. At this moment, the one-legged black crow, who had turned around and fled back into the black flame star, appeared again. The entire black flame star, which was comparable to a giant star, was formed by the world-destroying black flame that was rolling like a river. Right now, all of the world-destroying black flame had been completely devoured, leaving nothing behind. Even the mother flame that was hidden in the core of the star was the same. The black flame star would naturally cease to exist. When the star disappeared, the one-legged crow venerable, who was originally hiding in it, had no place to hide in an instant and was completely exposed. At that moment, he was completely different from before, when he was thousands of kilometers tall and surrounded by surging black flames. Previously, he was indeed ferocious. However, that was because he was standing on the black flame star formed by the world-exterminating black flame. He was constantly being supplied with a huge amount of black flame energy. But now, all the black flames had disappeared. The one-legged venerable crow, who was born in the black flames and had always been parasitic on the black flame star during its growth, immediately revealed its true form. Now he was a one-legged black crow with a body of 10 million feet. His entire body was black, and there were black flames rushing out of his body from time to time. Although he was still emitting the power of a third-level universe knight, for some reason, no matter how one looked at it, it was still giving off a sense of superiority. He gave off the feeling that he was tough on the outside but weak on the inside. Screech! Bandits! Bandits! Buzzard! As his body was revealed, the entire black flame star that he used to hide and even live in had completely disappeared. This third-level universe knight level one-legged black crow had completely lost his mind. His body was stamping like thunder in the void space, flapping his black wings. He was extremely angry and screamed, "Violent ape, hand over my world-exterminating black flame right now. At least, hand over the mother-exterminating flame. Otherwise, I will definitely fight you to the end. Even if I have to fight to the end of the world, I will definitely take back the mother flame." Screech! Fight to the end of the world with me? Even if I have to fight to the end of the world, I will still take back the mother flame? Yes, it is. I have to say, you really have a good feeling. Hearing the one-legged crow venerable's angry roar, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but laugh and roll his eyes on the spot. In the next moment, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and the voice of his divine sense instantly turned sharp, emitting an endlessly cold aura. Could it be that you think that this Star Master has come here today solely for that strand of world annihilation mother flame? That's just a matter of convenience. The real reason I am here today is you. As soon as the last sentence of his divine sense faded, Yixian no longer hesitated. His terrifying figure, which was as enormous as a star, was still suspended in the air, unmoving. However, his right arm suddenly punched out. What? Hearing this, the one-legged crow venerable was obviously stunned for a moment. Then, his expression changed drastically. He flapped his wings and dodged Yixian's punch at an extremely fast speed. Then, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you crazy? You actually want to kill me? Even if you have the strength of a 6th-level Universe Knight, and I am indeed no match for you, as we are both Universe Knights. Even if I can't defeat you, it's not a problem for me to escape. Don't forget that the Black Flame Forbidden Land isn't the only ultimate forbidden land in the primordial chaos. If you're only here to steal my Mother Extinguishing Flame, the other supremacies in the ultimate forbidden lands might not care. But if your purpose is to rush into a forbidden land for no reason and kill the Universe Knights guarding it, then, if you threaten the safety of the knights in the other forbidden lands, they definitely won't sit back and do nothing. Once I escape and spread the news, all the Universe Knights guarding the forbidden lands nearby will attack at the same time. Then, you will definitely die." Speaking of this, the one-legged crow venerable's face was filled with pride. After seeing that Yixian's punch missed, he didn't make any more moves. It seemed that he was listening to his words carefully. It seemed that he was convinced. He immediately changed the topic. "Don't worry, Bao Yuan, you can decide for yourself. I can take a step back and give up the rest of the Black Flame of Exterminating Flame. I only want the Mother Exterminating Flame. Then I'll consider today's matter over. Otherwise, once this sovereign escapes, you will have no way to live. Seeing that you are also a 3rd-level Universe Knight, I rarely had the patience to listen to your nagging, but I didn't expect that all you said was nonsense." As soon as he finished speaking, Yixian suddenly shook his head and sighed. Halfway through his sentence, a light flashed in his eyes, and his body suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind the one-legged crow venerable. He said coldly, "Although what you said makes sense, it depends on whether you can survive or not. Do you want to escape?" A huge roar resounded. The next moment, before the one-legged crow venerable could react, the star-violent ape suddenly threw a punch at his back. Facing the full power of a 6th-level Universe Knight, the one-legged crow venerable, who was only at the 3rd level, had no chance to react at all. Its colossal body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist that spread out in all directions. Shio. At this moment, Yixian suddenly felt relieved. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand. Chapter 44-41. Howl. The moment the battle ended, a shocking howl resounded from the space to the right. It was the space porcupine's howl. In the past half a day, such sounds could be heard from time to time. It was obvious that the space porcupine was having a great time in the Forbidden Land. However, Yixian was busy swallowing the world-destroying black flames and didn't have time to care about the space porcupine. Now that everything was over, he immediately turned towards the source of the sound. In his vision, the space porcupine was chasing behind an emperor, rushing towards the center of the Forbidden Land where Yixian was. In the past half a day, he hadn't stopped for a single moment. He had been doing this all this time. At this moment, the air coming out of his long nose was like a hurricane. His sweat was like raindrops, and it seemed like he was dripping quite heavily. This time, the space porcupine had indeed put in a lot of effort. Within the entire Black Flame Forbidden Land, there were 10 emperors as well. However, they weren't very strong. The strongest one was only a level 6 emperor. And he had just broken through to emperor level not too long ago. Compared to Old Pig, who had been in this level for a long time and was only one step away from emperor level 7, he was obviously inferior. Because of this, the moment the space porcupine went all out, the 10 emperors could only avoid him. They didn't dare to take him head-on. Under such circumstances, the space porcupine had been busy for the past half a day. Whenever he saw someone trying to escape, he would immediately rush over and block him, forcing him back into the Forbidden Land. After which, when another target was about to escape, he would immediately rush over and block him again. After half a day, he didn't even stop for half a second. He was already lucky that he didn't tire the space porcupine to death. Of course, with his own strength, even if he were to charge left and right, it would be impossible for him to stop 10 titled emperors. The main reason was that Yi Xian was in the center of the Black Flame Forbidden Area, and the terrifying pressure of a 6th-level Venerable Realm expert spread out from his body. He even specially targeted the 10 emperors, suppressing their speed. Originally, under such circumstances, the 10 Undyings had a plan, which was to work together and fight the pig demon. Even though some of them would fall, some would still be able to escape. It was a pity that at such a time, no one was willing to stand out, no one was willing to stay behind to face a terrifying level 6 knight. These 10 emperors only cared about fleeing for their lives, resulting in such a scene. The 10 emperors were all stopped by the space porcupine alone. None of them managed to escape from the Black Flame Forbidden Area. Brother Violent Ape, are you done? If that's the case, I'll leave the rest to you. I'm so tired. At this moment, when he saw Yi Xian turn around and look at him, Old Pig Spirit's spirits were lifted. After he finished speaking, he immediately rushed forward. Previously, he had only chased them away and obstructed them. However, this time, he had struck out in anger. Finally, he no longer had to run for his life. All of his anger was vented in an instant. Oh, damn bird, you were the only one who could do this before. In just half a day, how many times have I stopped you? Why don't you run? Why don't you run again? If I can't kill you, rumble, pung! With a roar filled with endless resentment, the space porcupine didn't hesitate anymore and rushed at the emperor he was chasing away. This was a ferocious bird. It was very fast. Even though it was only a level 2 emperor, it had indeed taken up most of Old Pig Spirit's energy. But now, for the Old Pig Demon, it was clearly time for him to take revenge for all his grievances and enmity. As he raised his hooves, a huge rumbling sound of thunder rang out, followed by a shocking explosion. The ferocious bird in front of him that was fleeing in panic, after letting out a wail, its entire huge body exploded. Following that, the majestic chi and blood that exploded quickly gathered toward the Old Pig Spirit as he inhaled. It turned into a blood bead the size of a human head and was swallowed by the Old Pig Spirit. Brother Violent Ape, I've already taken care of one. There are still 9 left. If you kill less than Old Pig, then it'll be extremely embarrassing. After finally venting his anger, Old Pig Spirit felt refreshed. He turned around and saw that Yi Xian didn't seem to have done anything, so he roared smugly. After that, he turned around and rushed at the other emperor. Yi Xian shook his head and bitterly smiled, but didn't say anything. With a shake of his shoulder, his figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already behind the fellow with the cultivation of the 6th Order Immortal Emperor. Without the slightest hesitation, he lightly punched out, Hong! A huge rumble resounded. In the next instant, before this emperor could react, Space Violent Ape's punch landed on his back. Facing the full-strength attack of a level 6 knight, this level 6 emperor didn't even have time to react. Its colossal body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist that spread out in all directions. Shio! In the next instant, Yi Xian didn't hesitate and waved his hand. A formless energy spread out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered the space within a radius of 10 million miles. All the blood mist that had just spread out was swept over. After absorbing it into his body, he immediately sent it into the Shenong cauldron and threw it into the flame pool at the bottom of the central region's volcano. After that, his body flashed and he also rushed at the second emperor. Just like that, Yi Xian and Space Porcupine, a level 6 knight and a level 6 emperor, split up and charged left and right from the center of Black Flame Forbidden Area. A true bloodbath began. This scene was too shocking. The targets that the two of them killed were all Emperor-level martial artists. These were all Emperor-level martial artists. Even in the void fragment outside the primordial void space, it was a top-notch forbidden ground in the starry skies. Absolute overlords. If they were in the 3 main space dimensions, they would be extremely rare existences. Basically, they were all ancestors of various races. However, here, they were the prey. Like stray dogs, they were crazily chased by Yi Xian and Space Porcupine, Hong. Hong long long. the space porcupine stomped on the ground with its two front hooves, and a third-order Emperor Immortal exploded, turning into a mist of blood that dispersed rapidly. Awoo! Immediately after, the old pig spirit raised his head and let out a long howl. In an instant, a majestic and invisible force was emitted from his body, enveloping the void within a radius of millions of miles. It gathered the spreading blood mist and finally transformed into a human head the size of a human head. Chapter 44-42. Rumble! The space berserk ape suddenly punched out, and a huge rumble resounded in the space. In the next instant, a nearby undying howled in agony as his huge body exploded from his back. This was the last emperor within the Forbidden Land. Against the full power attack of the space berserk ape, this level 4 undying didn't even have a chance to react. Its huge body instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist at the same time Bao Yuan's punch landed and then spread out. Xiao! Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and a sharp sound of something tearing through the air resounded. A formless energy spread out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it covered a 10,000 m radius of space. The dark red blood mist that had just spread out was all swept over. After keeping it within his body, he immediately sent it into the Farmer God Cauldron and into the Central Region Volcano's flame pool to begin the blood essence refinement. At this point, the 10 emperors within the Forbidden Land had all fallen. Howl, brother Violent Ape, this battle was too beautiful. We got a total of 10 Emperor Blood Essences and 1 Supreme Blood Essence. Xiao xiao xiao. The Starry Sky Porcupine was extremely excited. Its body flashed as it charged towards Yi Xian. After raising its head and howling, it opened its mouth and sent 3 blood droplets the size of a human head towards Yi Xian. With a wave of his hand, the 3 blood pearls were kept by Yi Xian and sent into the Farmer God Cauldron's flame pool to begin the blood essence refinement. Simultaneously, he flashed and rushed towards a distant huge star. This was one of the nests of the 10 emperors that had been killed before. Simultaneously, Yi Xian's voice resounded through, "Let's split up and take all the treasures from the nests of the 10 emperors. After that, we'll leave immediately. There are after all other forbidden lands around. We've stayed too long in the Forbidden Land this time. If we delay any longer, there will be changes. We have to stop while we're ahead." Howl. The Starry Sky Porcupine raised its head and let out a long howl before turning around and rushing towards another nearby giant star. After more than 2 hours, the nest stars of the 10 emperors that were killed were completely looted. After Yi Xian and the space porcupine met up, they didn't stay any longer and immediately left the Black Flame Forbidden Area. They unleashed their maximum speed and instantly disappeared without a trace. Roar! Not long after Yi Xian and the Starry Sky Porcupine left, an earth-shattering roar echoed in the Black Flame Forbidden Land. A ferocious beast the size of a star tore through the void and appeared in the Black Flame Forbidden Land. The area where the Black Flame star used to be was now empty, and there was no trace of the one-legged Crow Supreme's aura in the entire Black Flame Forbidden Area. Even the 10 emperors in the Forbidden Land had been killed, and there was still a faint smell of blood lingering in the void space. This great being was terrifyingly huge, and his cultivation level had reached that of a 7th-tier Supreme Being. He was only 1 tier away from becoming a half-step Universe Master. This powerful being roared at the sky with endless grief and indignation. After roaring, this powerful night-level ferocious beast stayed in the void space for about 7 to 8 days, as if he was looking for some clues. Finally, he seemed to have found something, and with a flash of his body, he rushed out of the Black Flame Forbidden Land. Looking at the direction he was heading, it was the direction Yi Xian and the Starry Sky Porcupine had left. Xiao! Xiao! In the void space, a faint sound of breaking through the void space was heard. Yi Xian and the Starry Sky Porcupine stopped abruptly not far from an abandoned star. Then, one after the other, they landed on the abandoned star. After leaving the Black Flame Forbidden Land, the two used extreme speed to travel in the void space for 3 days. They were already far enough away from the Black Flame Forbidden Land. Even if there were pursuers behind them, they should have already shaken them off. "Brother Bao Yuan, we have gained a lot this time. Putting aside the supremacy blood essence, just the arch blood essence alone is enough to refine 2 level 25 supremacy supreme pills, right? After entering the inner land of the star, the two landed in a valley. As soon as they landed, the starry sky porcupine immediately rushed toward Yixian with a face full of anticipation. He had always thought that a level 25 supremacy supreme pill would require 5 the arch blood essences to refine. Therefore, from his understanding, he should only be able to refine 2 level 25 supremacy supreme pills from the 10 the arch blood essences he obtained this time. Alright, let's begin the refinement now. You have contributed greatly this time, so you deserve this supremacy blood essence? Yixian did not point it out and nodded immediately. Then, he extended his divine sense into the farmer god cauldron in his body. After checking, he realized that the 10 blood pearls had all been refined into the arch blood essences. Shio. After saying that, Yixian waved his hand and took out the farmer god cauldron. There was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. Then, his figure flashed and directly arrived at the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He sat down cross-legged and flipped his hand again. Then, 10 the arch blood essences the size of an infant's fist appeared in his right palm. These 10 the arch blood essences would be used together with a large number of other top-notch treasures and treasured bodies of primordial beings as the basic ingredients for Yixian's refinement of the level 25 supremacy supreme pill. Besides these 2 basic ingredients, Yixian would also add about 10 drops of all evil origin liquid and some top-notch resources that he found in the primordial chaos void previously. He had already refined the level 25 the arch supreme pill before, so he was very familiar with the process. There was nothing to consider at all. After everything was prepared, Yixian suddenly waved his hand and prepared all the resources and top-notch treasures required for the formula. Then he closed his eyes, farmer god cauldron, in the inner space, at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Shio! Shio, shio, shio. The sound of something breaking through the air rang out one after another. Densely packed lights of various colors shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the central domain volcano. These lights appeared directly above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano and suddenly stopped. They were the top-notch treasures and cultivation resources that Yixian had prepared for this level 25 supremacy supreme pill. 10 drops of the arch blood essences. 10 drops of all evil origin liquid. And all sorts of top-notch treasures and treasures that were so rare that it made one's hair stand on end. Huff! Almost in the next instant, a majestic farmer god 9-colored flame whizzed up from the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano below these top-notch treasures. In an instant, it condensed into a 9-colored cauldron that was about 10 feet wide. It was small and simple and exuded an extraordinary aura. Following the formation of this small flame cauldron that was formed purely from the farmer god 9-colored flame, the materials and resources such as the ferocious beast blood essences had already been prepared. All of them flew up automatically and entered this small flame cauldron that was only about 10 feet wide. From then on, the refinement of the second batch of level 25 pills officially began. Just one level 25 pill was enough to make a 9th-stage emperor at the pinnacle of the undying realm instantly become a universe knight. Chapter 44-43. He performed many hand signs, transforming them into mysterious inscriptions that floated above the Shinong cauldron and into the energy cauldron at the bottom of the central region volcano. Unknowingly, time passed slowly. Hong! 4 hours later, above the flame pool at the center of the central territory, a huge roar sounded, and the cauldron formed by the pure Shinong 7-colored flames instantly dissipated. Like a great river, the 9-colored flames roared and rushed back to the fire pool below. What remained above the flame pool were 8 infant fist-sized round beads. Although they were the same size as the blood essence from before, they were completely different. The blood essence was blood red in color, and it was filled with blood energy. These 8 round beads, although they were also the size of infant fists, glowed with 9 colors. They had a dreamy glow on their surface, and they gave off an ancient and heavy energy. Level 25 pill. Just one of them was enough to allow an Emperor Level 9 Pinnacle Undying to break through to the Universe Knight level within a short period of time after swallowing it. There are actually 8 of them? The moment this batch of pills was completed, Yi Xian's voice resounded from the Xiannong cauldron at the top of the central region volcano, revealing a strong sense of surprise. In the last batch of level 25 supreme pills, he had used 9 drops of titled Emperor Blood Essences to refine only 6 supreme pills. But this time, he had used 10 drops of titled Emperor Blood Essences. According to his calculations, he should be able to refine around 7 supreme pills. But now, there was one more, and the time was much faster. It only took 4 hours. This was simply unimaginable to Yi Xian. Without a doubt, this was due to the increase in power of the Xiannong 8 colored flames within the Xiannong 9 colored flames within the Xiannong cauldron. It was simply too obvious. Even though Yi Xian was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. Of the 8 level 25 night level pills, he only needed to give 1 to the space porcupine. As for the remaining 7, Yi Xian planned to keep them all. This way, including the 6 from before, he had a total of 13 level 25 night level pills. It would be enough for a very long time in the future. In fact, Yi Xian hadn't even thought that there would be 12 universe sovereigns under his command in the future. With a thought, the 8 level 25 night level pills were all collected by Yi Xian and stored in a jade bottle in the Xiannong cauldron for the time being. However, he did not end the refinement because it was still early. The Xiannong cauldron's power had increased so much, so he decided to refine another cauldron of flesh medicine. If there were no accidents, the flesh medicine refined this time should be a 9-colored divine medicine. The 9-colored godly medicine was the pinnacle of flesh godly medicines, and its effect was far beyond that of an 8-colored godly medicine. To Yi, who was in urgent need of improving his power, he couldn't wait. Xiao. After making his decision, in the next moment, Yi Xian took out the corpses of 108 desolate ancient creatures from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the cauldron. At the same time, he also took out a large amount of top-grade precious herbs. And this time, in terms of the spring water used for the refinement, he was just as extravagant. He still directly used a mixture of innate chilling spirit liquid and netherworld furnace lotion as a substitute. Swish, 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 swish. With the sound of rushing air, all the materials hovering in the air automatically flew into the huge cauldron condensed from the Xiannong 9-colored flames. They melted together in the blink of an eye. Following that, Yi Xian's hands swiftly danced like butterflies fluttering through flowers. Streaks of obscure runes of different colors and shapes fell from his hands like rain, directly entering the 8-colored cauldron in the form of energy. Its power could be said to be overwhelming, densely packed, and the amount was so great that it made one's hair stand on end. All of the cryptic runes were the perfect medicine concoction formula that Yi Xian had mastered not long ago. And at this moment, as they fell into the 9-colored furnace, this furnace of top-grade flesh medicine was completely refined, to the point where the time was almost negligible. It had even surpassed the cauldron of level 25 venerable supreme pellets from before. This time, the ingredients used to refine the great medicine were the same as last time. The lowest level was at the titled Emperor realm, and nearly half of them were at the quasi-desolation realm. Now that the great medicine was successfully refined, countless auspicious phenomena of dragons and tigers leaping appeared in the void. Ing! Roar! This scene was too shocking. The gigantic phantoms of true dragons and true phoenixes all rushed out of the cauldron, roaring with their necks outstretched. For a moment, there was a myriad of phenomena. Boom! In the next moment, a loud explosion sounded out. The 9-colored cauldron in the air in front of them emitted boundless treasure light. In an instant, it transformed into specks of 8-colored light that were put away by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand. Then, with a thought, he threw it into the fire pool of the Xiannong Cauldron Domain's volcano in his body. At this point, the refinement of this cauldron of flesh and divine medicine was finally completed. In an instant, as the 9-colored flame furnace disappeared, in the void above the valley in front of his line of sight, there was only a large canopy of dense 9-colored flesh and blood divine medicine left. Its nine-colored luster was so dense that it could not be dissolved. Compared to the last batch of 8-colored divine medicines that Yi Xian had refined, not only had their grades increased by a level, but their medicinal effects were also several times stronger. It was only natural for them to increase by a large amount. Even the volume of this nine-colored divine medicine was as huge as a giant mountain peak. At this moment, it was quietly hanging in the void above the valley in front of him, emitting a strong aura of energy that made people unable to look at it directly. Heavens, nine-colored divine medicine? Is this the legendary nine-colored divine medicine? Perhaps because of the dragon's roar and phoenix's cry, the space porcupine, who originally followed Yi Xian's order to protect him in the void outside the star, also entered the star at this moment. Seeing the nine-colored divine medicine that was like a giant mountain peak hanging in the void before Yi Xian, the space porcupine immediately exclaimed in shock. His eyes were blazing with light, and even the corners of his mouth were dripping with saliva. Xiao. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint sound of breaking through the void was heard, and a ray of light shot out from Yi Xian's hand and flew toward the space porcupine. It was a jade bottle, and inside it was a level 25 night treasure pill that could allow an undying emperor to break through to the universe night level in a short period of time. Hey, this time you put in a lot of effort, so you deserve this level 25 night treasure pill? Glancing at the space porcupine, Yi Xian finished speaking and waved his hand again. In the blink of an eye, the nine-colored divine medicine that was like a giant mountain peak hanging in the void before him disappeared in an instant. It was absorbed into the internal space of the Shenong cauldron in his body. Chapter 44-44. Xiao. With a wave of his hand, the space porcupine caught the jade bottle and put it away. However, at this moment, the space porcupine's attention was no longer on the level 25 night pill in the jade bottle. What he really cared about was the nine-colored godly medicine that Yi Xian had just put away. That was a nine-colored godly medicine, and there was so much of it. It was like a 10,000 zhang tall mountain hanging in the sky above the valley. Even a great being at the universe night level would be able to use such a large pot of godly medicine for a very long time, given the horrifying efficacy of this level of godly medicine. To the space porcupine, this nine-colored godly medicine was no small matter. He was already a pinnacle level 6 emperor, and he was only one step away from level 7 emperor. Level 7 was only 2 levels away from level 9 pinnacle. If he were to cultivate like before, even if he gritted his teeth day and night, it would take him at least a few years to break through these 2 levels and become a pinnacle level 9 emperor. To an emperor, a few years was nothing. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a few years would pass in a single seclusion. However, things were different now. The starry sky porcupine had just obtained a level 25 Venerate Supreme elixir. This Venerate Supreme elixir was his motivation. Right now, he couldn't wait to raise his cultivation base to the great circle of the 9th stage. That way, he would be able to consume the level 25 Emperor titled treasure pill immediately. Under such circumstances, a few years would be a torment to him, a painful torment. If he didn't handle it well, he might be too anxious during his seclusion, leading to his inner demons. If he went berserk, it was highly possible. And all of this could be easily resolved by the nine-colored godly medicine he had just seen. There was no doubt about the effect of the nine-colored godly medicine. Even the space porcupine, a veteran emperor, had only heard of it in legends. He had never seen it before. In fact, not to mention a nine-colored godly medicine, he hadn't even seen a single-colored godly medicine before. Even if it was a violet gold precious medicine that was below the divine medicine level, it was the same. Just when it saw the nine-colored divine medicine earlier and sensed the formidable aura that was emitted from the nine-colored divine medicine, the starry sky porcupine was practically instantly able to determine that it didn't need to be too big at all. At most, it was around 3 kilometers in circumference. With his cultivation, he could smoothly break through to level 9 pinnacle level emperor in just 1 or 2 months. The difference between 1 or 2 months and a few years was needless to say. Because of this, when he heard Yi Xian say that the nine-colored godly medicine had nothing to do with him, and saw him coming over, he even waved his hand and put away the medicine. This old man immediately became anxious. Oh, Brother Bao Yuan. No, brother Bao Yuan, you can't ignore this little brother. The space porcupine looked up to the sky and howled anxiously. The space porcupine rushed forward and almost laid on Yi Xian's body. He cried and complained with snot and tears, Brother Bao Yuan, you don't know, this little brother's heart is bitter, stop. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's face turned green. With a shake of his shoulders, he directly retreated tens of thousands of feet away. After rolling his eyes, he spread his hands and said, Don't you just want the 9-colored godly medicine? Can't you talk nicely? Don't wipe your snot on your body so easily, okay? Woo! A few minutes later, the starry sky porcupine raised its head and let out a long howl of joy. Its figure flickered, and with the 9-colored divine medicine, it drilled into the core of the star under its feet. With the space porcupine's action, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. After calming down, he immediately waved his hand. He also decided to break through again and try the effect of the 9-colored godly medicine. With a whistling sound, 500 cubic meters of the 9-colored godly medicine and various other resources were taken out of the Shenong cauldron and suspended in front of him. Then, he activated the domain of the Shenong cauldron and compressed it into a small ball. In the blink of an eye, it entered his mouth. Soon, as the medicinal power spread out, Yi Xian's body instantly had a majestic river of energy, which quickly surged out. Walala! In the next moment, the sound of chains rattling like a tide came from his body, and this time, 2 shackles of the human body's potential appeared at the same time. This made him quite surprised, but then he was overjoyed, because this meant that the effect of the resources he had just swallowed was extremely majestic, enough to shake the 2 shackles in Yi Xian's body. What he had to do next was to completely tear apart these 2 shackles in the process of refining these medicinal power. Once he did this, his cultivation strength would once again welcome 2 consecutive breakthroughs, without any suspense. In the blink of an eye, the intense piercing pain that he had expected came as expected. Although it wasn't as painful as before, it was definitely far from a good feeling. The pain was like a maggot attached to the bones, and it would never go away. However, Yi Xian had long since gotten used to the pain of tearing apart the shackles of his body. At this moment, under this kind of unbearable pain, his mind was not shaken in the slightest. From beginning to end, Yi Xian had even forgotten the existence of time, and his entire mind was completely immersed in it. After an unknown amount of time, when he felt the piercing pain in his body completely disappear, Yi Xian's consciousness returned and he subconsciously opened his eyes. Both eyes. Almost in the next moment, the familiar system beep sounded in his mind again, twice in a row, ding. Congratulations to host for breaking through to the next level of the ancient cave void technique. Current level, Emperor level 8. Ding. Congratulations to host for breaking through to the next level of the physical body energy. Current level, Emperor level 8. Emperor level 8. Not long ago, if Yi Xian had unleashed the bloodline ability of the 9 demonic ape to the 8th form, he would have reached the pinnacle battle strength of a universe knight at level 6. Now, with the arrival of another breakthrough, if he activated the bloodline ability of the 9 demonic ape, even if he didn't unleash the 9 demonic ape transformations, his strength would reach level 9 of the Emperor level, and he would finally reach the pinnacle of the Emperor level. Complete, and once he unleashed the bloodline ability of the 9 demonic ape to the 8th form, his battle strength would instantly reach level 8 of the universe knight level. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes gleamed, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. Just one more step and I'll reach level 9 of the universe knight level. Chapter 44-45. In addition to the fact that Yi Xian had activated the devil ape bloodline in his body and transformed into the form of a 30-meter-tall starry sky berserk ape, the current cultivation aura emanating from his body was at the peak of the 9th level of the immortal Emperor realm. Shio. With a faint sound, Yi Xian waved his hand and kept the Shenong cauldron. He stood up and looked down at the star below him. He murmured, although Old Pig Spirit is only at the 6th level of the Emperor Immortal realm, he has been in this realm for many years. He's only one step away from the 7th level. Even if it's just a normal seclusion, he can break through it easily. He murmured. And with the 1,000 cubic meters of 9-colored godly medicine I gave him, he will be able to break through smoothly from level 7 to level 9 Emperor Pinnacle, even though there are still 2 levels to go. The moment he reaches level 9 Emperor Pinnacle, he will not be able to hold himself back and will swallow the level 25 Knight pill. If that's the case, he should be a level 1 Universe Knight by the time we meet again, and it should take about 3 months for him to finish his closed-door training, said Luo Feng. Well, even though I just broke through and it is not suitable for me to train in the near future, I am already a level 8 Emperor Pinnacle. One more breakthrough, and I will be able to swallow the level 25 Knight pill. From now on, I will enter the Universe Knight realm and the level 26 treasure pill I need next, but I haven't even figured out the perfect recipe yet. I will take this chance to guard him and use it to study the level 26 treasure pill. After saying that, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. His figure flashed and he directly arrived in the void of the universe outside the abandoned star beneath his feet. After sitting down cross-legged in the void, he immediately activated the mental energy within the magic core in his mind. He activated the perfect oscillation mental power secret technique and concealed his body. He withdrew all of his aura and immediately ordered the devouring system in his body to postpone the derivation of the Devil Ape 9th transformation. He used all the computing power of the system and started to study the perfect recipe for the level 26 treasure pill. At the same time, he closed his eyes and concentrated. The godly consciousness of a level 9 Emperor Pinnacle was fully immersed in the process. He cooperated with the devouring system in his body and started to study the formula. Although the perfect pill formula for a level 26 treasure pill was definitely far more difficult than the level 25 venerable pill from before, the devouring system in Yi Xian's body was also growing compared to before. And his strength was also increasing. Even though he had not activated the bloodline ability of the 9 demon ape transformations, his godly consciousness was at the level of a half-step knight. According to Yi Xian's estimation, even if he spent 3 months to study the formula, he would still not be able to complete the perfect recipe for the level 26 treasure pill. However, it would not be a problem to complete 70 to 80% of the process. As for the remaining portion, if the pig demon did not come out, he would complete it. If the pig demon had already come out, then he could take some time to come out and end this matter easily. At the same time, just as Yi Xian restrained all of his aura and began to deduce the perfect pill formula for the level 26 treasure pill, an incomparably powerful ferocious bird was flying out from the black flame forbidden area about 10 billion kilometers away from him. It was coming from the direction of the black flame forbidden land. This ferocious bird was terrifyingly powerful. It had reached the 7th level of the Universe Knight realm, and it was a late-stage knight. It was also the one who had rushed to the Black Flame Forbidden Land, discovered the unforeseen event, and spent a few days to find the traces of the clues. It existed. It was a blood cloud gray rock. Its body was covered in gray feathers, and only its eyes were as red as blood. Its Jizhan was extremely terrifying. It was 1,000,000 miles long and covered the sky. It was one of the space beasts that was known for its speed. The reason why this blood cloud gray rock was so angry was that it was a good friend of the one-legged crow venerable in the Black Flame Forbidden Land. Hence, when it entered the Black Flame Forbidden Land and found out that the one-legged crow venerable had died, and even the 10 emperors in the Forbidden Land had all been killed, this blood cloud gray rock was so angry. Almost without any hesitation, he immediately started to search, and after finding the slightest trace of clues and deducing the direction of the murderer, he immediately flapped his wings and chased after him. With his terrifying cultivation as a 7th order venerable, if it wasn't for the fact that he spent too much time searching for the traces that Yi Xian had erased within the Black Flame Forbidden area, he probably wouldn't have waited for Yi Xian to complete his breakthrough and would have already chased him here. If that was really the case, then although Yi Xian, who was in closed-door cultivation, had the protection of the Shenong Cauldron and wouldn't be injured, it would be hard to predict whether or not he would be able to successfully break through after being disturbed in this kind of closed-door cultivation. If he was lucky, he would be able to complete the breakthrough. If he was unlucky, all his efforts would be in vain. As for the old pig venerable who was guarding the void outside the abandoned planet, there was no doubt that he would be killed by this blood cloud gray rock on the spot. Fortunately, they were lucky. Of course, this was also because Yi Xian was very careful. Before leaving the Black Flame Forbidden Land, he did not forget to erase all the traces left behind by himself and the old pig venerable. A distance of over 10 billion kilometers wasn't too far for this 7th-level venerable realm pig spirit. In a short period of less than half a day, his enormous figure had already appeared at the distant end of this star region. They were merely 200 to 300 million kilometers away from the abandoned star where the starry sky porcupine was in closed-door cultivation. At this time, Yi Xian used the perfect vibration of his spiritual power to hide his body. He sat cross-legged in the void and protected the old pig venerable who was cultivating in seclusion. At the same time, he activated his divine sense to the extreme and cooperated with the devouring system in his body. He used all his strength to deduce the perfect formula of the level 6 treasure pill. Even with this blood cloud gray rock's terrifying level 7 venerable cultivation, it was impossible for him to see through Yi Xian's qi. However, although he could not sense Yi Xian's qi, the old pig venerable was different. Although he had sneaked into the depths of the abandoned planet's core, how could he escape the detection of a level 7 venerable's terrifying divine sense? Screech, damn it! It's actually an old pig venerable who is not even at the half-step venerable realm. With just a sweep of his divine sense, the blood cloud gray rock discovered the space porcupine that was hibernating in the depths of the planet's core. A shrill screech came from his mouth, revealing endless resentment and unwillingness.